good times and rock and roll. It's food and fun. Bring your friends for all the great music like our Battle of the Band Champs, Street Live. Pizza, burgers, and great rock and roll, all at Pony Express Pizza on the corner of Jefferson and Broadway in Redwood City.
Or maybe I'll start putting some cream or something on my head, or, you know, maybe one day I'll do this, but it doesn't get better. You have to do something about it. New Heart's the best, being that they're the first.
Losing hair was getting me down. And if you want to live your dreams, start by fixing your hair.
Call Lifetime now!
I know I've said this several times already in the show, but the truth is, with over 1.5 million capsules a month being sold to men all around the world, you really should try this product. Get up! Dial the toll-free number. Even the phone call is free. And just try one bottle, just one bottle of Extends. No gimmick, just real science. Extends can really improve your life, help make you more confident, help give you and your partner greater pleasure, and yes, make you 25% bigger. 98% of all men that try Extends experience all this, regardless of their age. And with a, what is it, Lawrence, 100% money-back guarantee?
Absolutely.
100% money-back guarantee. You get it all back. You have absolutely nothing to lose if it doesn't work, but a lot to gain.
Call now to order your 30-day supply of Extends. No gimmick, just real science. Extends is a truly amazing product for men. No matter what size you are, just take 2 Extends capsules a day, and in a few weeks, you'll be 25% larger and experience greater pleasure.
There are those who believe that people are plotting against them. Even strangers have it in for them. The police officer is not expected to be a psychiatrist, but he should be alert for telltale signs which might be symptoms of mental illness. These include any unexplained, irrational, and grossly inappropriate behavior. Sometimes a mentally disturbed person will appear outwardly normal until a relatively minor incident triggers a violent reaction.
If you've been a bad boy, New York's top dominatrixes are waiting to dish it out if you can take it. 970-MISS, the only live S&M line to call. 970-MISS. Obey, do it now.
Get your hand off your cock and drop to your knees. You are ordered to call me beginning at 12 noon tomorrow in my private dungeon. Once I get my hands on you, you will understand why I am the queen of mean.
Explore your physical and psychological need for a demanding and creative mistress. Personal instruction by appointment with Mistress Cleopatra.
How's it going, party people? Welcome to Nightcap for January 14th, 2022. Oh boy, that was a little primer for what we got on docket this evening. It's going to be awesome. We've got lots of stuff to look at. We're going to go into some kind of old news reports from the 80s and whatnot. There's this channel, there's a YouTube channel called UFO Cult VHS, and they're a lot of fun. They're kind of like an archive channel, and I've been meaning to bring it up on the stream for a while because it's actually not a very heavily sub channel, but there's a lot of fun stuff in there, and that kind of sent me down a rabbit hole of looking up other things. So that's where we're going to start tonight. We're going to go check out some of their stuff. They got news reports, commercials, all sorts of stuff like that. We're going to have just a fun, light evening. It's going to be a good time. Prophet says about fucking time, buddy. Tell me about it. I had to rush through this thing. I didn't even watch those commercials before I played them. So that was probably a bad idea. David Mendez says, finally, Hagbard in the house, Manhattan Cablevision Public Access. Probably some of that kind of stuff. Sure. Yeah. We're going to get into some of that stuff. So, I don't know. I guess we're just going to start with, I do have like a longer one kind of queued up, but there's some really funny old commercials. It's weird. This is a weird channel. So like, check it out here. Let's bring it up on screen here. So they got a kind of a cool channel, lots of weird stuff like that. But then they also have kind of playlists from other channels around, with like full length cult and obscure films, stuff just about cults in general, cult and good documentaries and other informational films. So that's cool. I didn't even notice that. I had to kind of haphazardly throw this show together tonight. Oh, they have a whole hour and 20-minute documentary about Anson LaVey. Oh my goodness. Interview with Gerald Anderson, a Kwanzaa documentary. God damn. This place is the real deal. This is the real shit. I'm digging it. I'm liking it. I'm digging it. So let's see what they have on their channel, though. Give them a little free preview. Since we're going to be watching some of their stuff, might as well, act in good faith and show you what they got, because we're obviously not going to be able to get through all of their shit. So it's kind of like what we did with woke preacher clips. It's kind of like a free commercial for them, just because I like them. I think they're cool. Intense ASMR skin cream commercial, food for the living, high on the hog, tales from the quad zone, or quaded zone, rather. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. Slow dancing, original source unknown. Let's start there. Why not? Let's fucking do it. There is no audio to this for some reason. Is it just this? For a very long time, it's this. It's just a close-up of a camera. Or a candle, rather. Oh my god, my mind is mush. My brain is fucking mush. I've been staring at a goddamn computer screen all day. Blah, 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 blah. Oh shit. This is kind of erotic. What the fuck is going on? So this is why, you got to respect channels like UFO, Cult, VHS, archiving stuff like this for the world to see. It's kind of crazy. YouTube's starting to nuke a lot of channels like this. I saw recently Jim Can't Swim, which is not like this, but just things that like deal with edgy material, archival stuff, news stories. A lot of them are disappearing. It's unfortunate. I'm sure probably watching some of this shit in 6 months will get this channel yeeted. Oh, come on. How can there be no audio for this? Because that's a great reveal. That's comedy gold. Welcome to Nightcap. Like a candle in the wind. I'm so confused. That's awesome. I have no idea what the fuck that was. What a weird thing just to find. Like, imagine just like finding that. You like go into a garage sale, you just buy some old VHS tapes, anything like that. It's crazy. Prophet says they don't want any evidence of the before time. Pretty kind of. Just complete sanitization of every goddamn thing. What else? Where's another good one? The Universal World Church with an important service announcement. Looks like maybe it's from the 90s.
Greetings, everyone. We greet you from the Universal World Church, located near the intersection of Beverly and Alvarado, in the beating heart, the geographical center of Los Angeles. The most powerful church in the world today, in our opinion. My subject in this service of the 7 days and nights of anointing.
What's his name? Dr. O. Lee Jaggers. Arch Elder in an oratorical masterpiece. Whoa. Hagbert says, I'm a Universal World Church minister for real. Is it one of those at this point? Is it like is it something like you mail ordered? Kind of like they have the Church of Light now. I think that's what my my wife's uncle did. He married us and he got one of those like internet mail-in ordination things. Yes, $25. Yeah. Why not, right? Fuck it. I thought about it. Why not? I could be an ordained minister in one of these places. Get big time. Get big time.
and for the mighty transubstantiation communion miracle is the miraculous feast of Revelation Tabernacles for the pure gold Philadelphian Revelation Church. The Feast of Revelation Tabernacles. At these 7 days and nights of anointing, we celebrate God's 7 greatest feasts. And they are...
Hagbert says, I'm also a PULC minister. Yeah, you got to have it all. I mean, that's like you're just collecting degrees. You throw them on the wall. People come into your house very impressed. Like, well, I didn't realize Hagbert was so religious. Well, come on now. The only thing I would have a criticism of this channel, if I were to suggest such a thing, would be that I like, because Woke Preacher Clips does that. They'll have like the source, like, okay, where are the full videos? If they have access to them, I suppose. That's fair, right? Because probably this is a collection of stuff that's been scattered to the internet. Probably a lot of Eben's World shit, which is still a site. At least it was a few years ago. You can still go to Eben's World. And it's like ad nightmare. It's just at pop-ups every 20 seconds to watch a video. You got to sit through like 10 minutes of ads. It's fucking crazy.
The Feast of Revelation First Fruits, Revelation Tabernacles, Revelation Lights, Revelation Trumpets, Revelation Pentecost, Revelation Atonement,
Revelation
and
peanut
the
butter
Revelation
and cheese.
Passover on the 7th day.
Revelation fried peanut butter
that I
and
will
banana
speak
sandwiches.
to you about are found written in Leviticus chapter 23 and in the Revelation at chapter 21 and in St. John 7.
I like their outfits. It's like, it reminds me of it's like very Japanese. It's very like kabuki theater. I'm very pro kabuki theater, by the way.
In Leviticus 23:34, it states with regard to the Feast of Tabernacles, quote, "Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, the 15th day of this 7th month shall be the Feast of Tabernacles."
Man, I was hoping that would be a little bit more sauce to that one. That's like something like that. That's like pure nightcap gold. Just sit there and watch stuff like that for like 5 hours. Really get fucked up. Here we go. Some really bad local public access TV stand-up comedy. That's another thing. We used to do occasionally go to the public access stuff and watch like public access movie reviews and shit. We should look that stuff back up. Prophet says, and Revelation Mother Earth by Ozzy Osbourne. Mr. Pliskin says, very Mork and Mindy. Actually, yeah, does look, especially the colors and everything, for sure. Hyper says, please let my mother live. All right, let's see what this guy's all about. See what his stand-up is like. Who knows? Maybe he's like a hidden gem.
Oh, it's true. My granduncle was Pancho Villa. He was a hero, I could be a hero myself, but I don't look too good between two pieces of bread. No, it's good to say there's some more ugly folks here in the room besides myself. No kidding, there's some ugly folks here tonight. If you don't believe me, look next to you. Go ahead, take a chance.
See what's wrong with that? A little crowd work. He'd win me over. I'd probably be slightly offended deep down on the inside, but I wouldn't let him know.
No, there's two guys over there. This guy's saying, it ain't me, man. It ain't me. No, but I know some of you people watching me at home. There's some guy at home telling his wife, hey, he's talking about you, honey. No, but this is true. You have to meet my old lady to believe.
Listen, he's not missing a beat. He don't give a shit. People aren't laughing. He doesn't care. Complete commitment. A well-trained instrument. They come to this country fucking stealing our spots, our comedian spots in public access television. Come on now. Chicken. The fuck is that? Oh, grasshopper.
Even Halloween. When I met her, I thought she had a mask on.
Crickets.
Ugly, just ugly for no particular reason.
All right, you're going to have to bear with me. My brain is operating slowly tonight. It's crickets. I was like, what the fuck is that?
But she can sing better than anybody ever heard. She can sing better than Nancy Wilson, better than Ella Fitzgerald, better than anybody. Just name somebody. Name. Barbara Streisand, Dinah Shore. She can out-sing all of them. Just ugly and won't get into show business. No kidding. I woke up this morning and I saw her laying there asleep. I say, hey, wake up, damn it, sing something. No, this is true.
Oh, come on. That's such a fucking tease. That's such a tease. They do have some longer form stuff that we're going to look at. Some old like news stuff from 2020. Things about satanic panic or about horror movies making kids worship the devil and shit. Mr. Pliskin says cocaine is one hell of a drug. So, yeah. What else? They got any other American Meat under constant surveillance? 70s PSA. Here you go, Prava. This one's for you, buddy. It's like some sort of butcher stuff. Pliskin says this guy is flying a kite. He's doing something, man. Either that or he's just pure confidence, just pure Chad, you know? High on Chadness. He don't give a fuck. Bunch of crackers in there.
Of all food products, meat and poultry are the only ones under constant surveillance by federal food inspectors. For example, at this meat processing plant in Madison, Wisconsin, 38 federal meat inspectors on duty day in and day out keep continuous vigilance.
38 federal meat inspectors. Your tax dollars hard at work.
Over the production of sausage and smoked meats. Resident inspectors make sure that each step in the preparation of these products meets rigid USDA standards. This is part of the federal meat inspection program.
It's like, I fucking taste every link, guys. Don't worry. I lick every single one. Make sure they taste right.
Also includes the continuous testing of products, plant cleanliness, proper storage, packaging, and labeling. Some companies, as an added measure of quality assurance, conduct their own quality control program to supplement the USDA. When you purchase meat products, look for this stamp. It tells you that these federally inspected products were prepared under the most careful conditions.
Could you go to a store and not find something with that stamp on it? What would you do? Report the grocery store? Like, listen, man, they didn't have a bunch of feds in there licking this bacon. So I don't know. You know, you take a chance. Take a chance. Prophet says these dudes literally walk around and watch all day. Their job is to stand and watch. It's such a fucking grift. Yeah. Yeah. As soon as they said federal inspectors, you know these dudes are just like, especially back then in the 70s, they're out there smoking, joking, drinking coffee, fucking slapping the secretary's ass, just living their best life.
This stamp is your assurance of wholesomeness. A public service message of the Consumer Relations Department of Oscar Mayer.
Oscar Mayer went and got ahead of the curve. They got in there and they're like, listen, we're just going to get ahead of all this business. People saying our bacon and our hot dogs make them sick. Fuck that. Mr. Government, Mr. Federal Government, will you come down and tell people that our meat is safe? Prophet says, I've been running my own meat operation for years with no inspection, no listeria, no salmonella, no nothing. How is that even possible? Well, you got secret feds. You're on Facebook, so they're watching you. Don't worry. They're there, Prophet. They're there. I had a weird thing. I was trying to send Prophet this little meme video I made of Abby Shapiro last night, and Facebook Messenger deleted it. Because I uploaded the raw file, like the actual video file, to Messenger, a compressed version, and it kept deleting it. Bunch of nonsense. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Bikini-clad beauties at Lake Balaton. Yes. Yeah, I like bikini-clad beauties. I wish it was longer though. We only got 45 seconds of these tempting slices. Do you think they're FDA approved? Do you think they got the stamp? Anybody check their buttholes? Just us girls. Just us girls. Just us girls. Hagbert says no, they're Hungarian. No standards over there. Reject modernity, embrace tradition. Uncle Dave stepping up his game with the with the home movies. He's like, oh yeah, when I kicked it in reverse. Did you see that on the 16 millimeter? Did you see that? I kicked it in reverse. You guys jumped in and then you jumped out. See? Oh, Uncle Dave is crazy. Uncle Dave is a fucking nut. Look at him. Master, frustrated filmmaker, Uncle Dave. Man after my own heart. Holy shit, what's this? Oh my goodness, we gotta watch this. Cursed Masks and Haunted Dolls. Oh shit. This one's a little longer, a little bit more to chew on. Oh, look, they got the static transition just like I do. Just like I do. We're like the same. Mm-hmm. This looks like a movie I would have made on my high 8 camera, like when I was 13 with my buddies. The kind of stuff that Big Paul makes in his basement when his family's asleep. Hagbert says, great. Now we're all going to be dead in a week. I know. I'm sorry if I'm cursing everyone. My bad. But hey, we'll go down together, guys. The night is for the boys. Oh. Whoa. I like, hey, this is commitment, Who am I to judge? This is art. We're going to find out this is like Harmony Korine. The guy, wasn't that the guy who did a fucking like Spring Breakers and Trash Humpers? It very much looks like something that Jerkoff would do. He'd be like, oh, no, it's very artistic. This is about capitalism. It's about capitalism, guys. Wow. This is something else, man. I'm just going to start submitting this to film festivals and see what happens. Things like this when you're a kid and you can see that you can do like these on-board optical tricks with a camera, you're like, holy shit, dude, I'm going to make a movie. I'm making a fucking movie. And this is what happens. This is how you spend your Saturday night. They're all tucked in. It's very sweet, actually. It's very sweet when you really think about it. Hold on. I think I just found my new profile picture. Yeah, see, this is about the youth. The youth in revolt. These old fuckers. These old sons of bitches. They're just in our way. Taking our beds. This is basically, you're looking at an unvaccinated person in 2022, and you're looking at the triple vaxxed, twice boosted Chad, and we have to medically triage everybody. The hospitals are out of control. Yeah. Just do it. Just end it all. These are your choices. See? Get the vax or fucking die. Look how happy he is. He's already. He's better. Got a nice little shine to him. My favorite part, I turned it down a little bit, but that open air, that open basement air sound, nice touch. See? Do you see? Do you see? Do you see? More. More. Man, this kid's dad must have been so fucking weirded out. He's like, "What are you doing down there, Tommy? Oh, making a movie? Oh, can we watch it? We got a big barbecue tomorrow." My dad did that to me. Me and my buddies, me and actually Big Paul and my little brother Dan made this awful, like Blair Witch type ripoff movie with, I guess, my mini DV cam at the time, my high 8 cam. And he played it during he had never seen it before. And he insisted we show everybody what we've been doing during a family birthday party with all like our extended family there. My uncle gave me a note, a pretty good note, a pretty fair note. He said, well, you might want like a script or something. Like, I wonder, like, what was the narrative you think this person was building in their head? Is it just creepy dolls? Is it just kind of random, creepy imagery? Or is there a story being told here? Because now we see the specter of death popping up around. Maybe it's because they're all junkies, you know? Maybe this is a metaphor for AIDS. I guess, it looks like this is kind of early 90s. You got AIDS. Now Tommy's dead. The super AIDS. Oh. All of his hope and optimism gone. It was the baby face all along. It's like Manos, the Hands of Fate outtakes. And Tommy he needed some friends. He just needed a couple friends. He sat down in the basement playing with his sister's dolls and the Halloween decorations. Tommy, why you gotta be so weird? I'm not weird. Just give me the doll. What is Tommy trying to say? Is this like a cry for help? This is very abstract. There's his sister. Or is that Tommy? Do you think this is the filmmaker? I don't think so. It seems like somebody's holding this camera. It's not quite level. It's it's a little shaky. Should have had that abortion, Carol. Oh my God. Is that an apple? Oh, it's her heart. The candle's going out. Oh, and now he's arisen. Kablam. Well, that was definitely on brand for a channel called UFO Cult VHS. I'll give them that. Jesus Christ. That's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. Well, maybe not. I guess maybe I wasn't expecting it. I guess that's really what happened there. See here. Yonkers peanut butter commercial from 1975. We're just going everywhere until we get into the longer stuff.
And you know how it is? You know how it is some mornings? You wake up and wish you hadn't. You burn the toast and undercook the eggs, and your family eats it.
Hey, what's up, Tarami? What's up, my boy?
It all in cold, uncomprehending silence. And then they leave, quickly. And the girls are coming over in an hour to play mahjong. Well, when I'm tired and depressed and need a quick energy pickup, I reach for the jar of Yonkers peanut butter. Its high protein content gives me the lift I need.
This is like her husband's small business. He's trying to get this Yonkers peanut butter to go, and he's like, damn it, Deborah. Get over there. Get over there. You know what? This is Diane's parents. That's who made this.
Get through the day.
This is where they got all their money.
Peanut butter. Chock full of natural, energizing vitamins. Either crunchy or smooth. I love them both. It's a natural high.
Deborah, that's not peanut butter. That's straight cocaine. After the first 2 bites, you can't taste anything. It's great. You know what this was? This was a ploy just to get this guy's wife to clean her goddamn kitchen. He's like, Deborah, the house is a fucking sty. I don't care, Dave. I don't give a shit. Hey, what's up, David? We have a real Jackie Kennedy right there. Yeah, this is like her Camelot spread. Was it Time Magazine? Interviewed Jackie Kennedy. Wasn't that what it was? This is her version of that.
Yonkers peanut butter. It's irresistible. And now, so am I. Try Yonkers in the giant size for quick energy for the entire family. Look for Yonkers in chunky or smooth at your favorite grocery store. You'll love it too.
That's just a weird angle to take for this commercial. You know, if you're making a peanut butter commercial that was about like, oh yeah, I want you to buy the big size. It's going to feed the whole family. Everybody's going to be sated. Like, you know, have some kids around a table, like coming home from school. What is mom going to do? What is she going to make? Here's some crack peanut butter. Oh yeah, she's nasty. She's a nasty one. I like her. That's fucking nuts. Shit is nuts. This is a very short one, but I feel like I gotta watch it. A dating hotline? Yeah, I think so. I think that's gonna happen.
1-976-DATE, a number you can call to meet someone new.
Well, I'm blonde hair, blue eyes.
Are you good looking?
I think so.
1-976-3283, where Seattle singles get together 24 hours a day.
How about Friday night at 7?
Oh, terrific. I'll wear my new miniskirt. You'll love it.
That sounds terrific.
He's like, oh yeah, you do that. You do that, you wear that thing, huh? Trami says, in such a mopey actress, even when energized. Yeah, she wasn't really she was tired, dude. She cleaned her kitchen. She put fucking paper on her walls. All sorts of crazy shit.
976-DATE. It's fun. It's exciting. It's fantastic.
I called. Why don't you?
Yeah, that's who's going to pick you up. Somebody in a limousine, lady. Prophet says, well, I'm blonde hair, blue eyes. Fucking based. What can I meet you? We're going to save it. We're going to save this country. Together, me and you. Let me put a baby inside you. Is your uterus warm? Hungarian stop motion. Cream of wheat night dreams. Fuck yeah. Love cream of wheat. Hey, you know, sex sells, guys. Sex sells.
Downtown in Los Angeles, 82, LAX 72.
I love cream of wheat.
And now,
it's so hot and creamy.
Regular program.
It feels so good when it goes down my throat.
In the morning.
Oh my God, she said, I love cream of wheat because I love the way it feels when it goes down my throat. They're really just putting it out there. This is like this is really what was going on in Mad Men. You ever watch that show, Mad Men? This is really what they were doing. These are the commercials they were creating.
Really fills a girl up. Nutritious and delicious. Eat it.
What the fuck?
It gets cold.
Is this a porn parody or is this a commercial?
Now here's one your folks used to dance to.
Hold on. She just fucking went down on this dude. Hagbert says, are you Chess Rockwell? Look, watch this. That's fucking wild. We got our white bread. We got our cream of wheat. What else? What else do you need? What more could you want? What more could a woman want? Wow. I did not see that coming. No pun intended. That took me by surprise. What else we got here? Motivational Scientology psychobabble. Well, that seems promising. Yeah.
Flag has busted open the top of the bridge with the incredible expansion of the Flag AO. With the golden age of tech for OTs and correct programming of cases, Flag is making OTs in more volume than ever before. We have more than 70 Class 9 NOTS auditors set up to deliver to thousands in the OT band. Yes, more than 70 fully trained Golden Age of Tech Net for OT's auditors ready to take you in session.
Thank God they're ready. See, they were ready. They were ready for the wave. The wave of converts. They were prepared.
Any arbitrary standing in the way of your progress up the bridge and achieving total freedom have been removed. If you're OT3, your next step is OT4. And if you're OT4, your next step on the bridge is NOTS. All
For a nominal fee, of course.
arbitraries are canceled. Your next step is NED for OTs. NOTS consists of 26 separate steps, each one an OT rundown in itself. The first step is designed to raise your theta perceptions. As you progress through each rundown, you experience enormous personal expansion and freedom while blowing stops that otherwise
Yeah. Just come in this room and tell us all your deepest, darkest secrets. Do you mind if we film it, by the way? Do you mind if we film it? Trami says, after that, don't tell me. It's OT5.
prevent the attainment of full OT. And the result? Utter certainty of your personal immortality as a spiritual being.
Hell yeah. Trami says, my beta perceptions. Jesse Lee Peterson would not approve.
Delivering in English, French, German, Italian, Spanish, Dutch, and Japanese, our Class 9 will take you in session 4 to 6 times a day.
This is like the the alternate ending for the Master. This is how the Master is supposed to end. Hagbert says, JLP is Zenu? Or Xenu, rather? He could be. He very well could be. Maybe he is what the prophecy foretold.
Often you hear pre-OTs say they blew more charge in one short session of knots than whole intensives of lower bridge auditing. As more knots cases confronted, the outright miracles of LRH Tech happen more than ever before, freeing the being from disabilities that have affected him for eons.
Well, thank God. Thank God somebody was there to help that guy. He's been suffering for eons, guys. Fucking eons. Can you even imagine? Can you even imagine it? What the fuck? Oh my gosh. This is a great YouTube channel. Cursed gravy train commercial. Yes.
Oh, Marge, Harry's boss is coming for dinner and I ran out of food.
Don't worry, Harriet. Here.
Gravy train? But suppose he prefers his food dry.
You don't have to make the gravy to enjoy meaty tasting gravy train. You can serve it dry or mixed with water to make gravy. It's meaty tasting and completely nutritious.
Yeah, that used to be a thing. Is that still a thing? I don't know if any dog owners out there. Do they do you still make the gravy? Prophet said, I saw JLP kind of get owned live today, but I just turned those parts down until the next caller. Like when mom used to stand in front of the TV during boobs. That's a shame.
Either way.
This gravy train is delicious, crunchy dry.
It's delicious with its gravy, too. Gaines Gravy Train dog food. Tastes good with gravy, tastes good without.
There's something for everybody. Something for everybody in the gravy train. Just get on board. Price of admission, very low. Very low. What the fuck is this? This video is just called My Dad Lives in a Downtown Hotel. I'm excited.
Hi, Joy. What's the matter, man? My parents are getting a divorce. It's tough.
It is tough. Can Joey learn to cope with his parents' divorce? Yes, with their help.
Joey, I love you.
We love you very, very much.
Oh, it's Bo
Watch
Bridges.
My Dad Lives in a Downtown Hotel, an ABC after-school special.
Oh, no way. They're getting in that Kramer versus Kramer shit. Hagbert says, again with the furries. I know, I'm sorry. too close together. It's okay to do furries like, every once in a while, but you can't do them too close together. You just can't. It's not good. It's not good for anyone involved. It's bad for my soul. What else we got here before we get into the other stuff? Don't worry, be happy. I'd like to watch this, but I have a feeling it's going to have that song. It's going to have the song, and that's going to make it so they pull me off of YouTube. The Chinese man with two faces. Oh, that's looks very disturbing. Let's do it.
They examined Chang and discovered that Chang's other head was an undeveloped twin that had somehow become entangled with Chang's body.
What?
The second head, doctors believe, had been meant to be another person. The theory is confirmed by the existence of a slight hump on Chang's back, still another part of
Oh, this is how the dark half happens. You ever read that Stephen King story or see that George Romero movie, The Dark Half? This is basically that.
the undeveloped
Hopefully he doesn't start hearing the birds.
twin's body. Test of his sight, sense of taste, and hearing show expected impairment on the right side of his face. Perhaps the most startling discovery is the physical connection between the action of both heads.
Tarami comes in. He's actually Vietnamese, but this was the 70s. Yeah, they're just like, Chinese guy. Yeah, he's a Chinese guy. He's all right.
Medical teams suspect that Chang's twin is an intergrowth, sharing in every respect Chang's autonomic nervous system.
Dude, that's got to fucking blow. That has got to blow. Being born with that. Then you go on like that far into your life. But I mean, it was the 70s, right? Holy shit. This dude was on an episode of Ripley's back in the day. I think I remember that actually, because this does seem vaguely familiar.
The laboratory tracking begins to define Chang's connection to his twin. A startling discovery is made in the course of testing. Chang's twin, in fact, has its own primitive brain. The unique set of problems posed by Chang's...
Oh, come on. Oh, cucked by UFO cult VHS again. Not cool. So like a... No, I was hoping they would have the source. Travis says, I just assumed that this was mega fake. I don't know. Hagbert says, what's worse, his twin situation or the Hensel sisters? Ooh, definitely the Hensel sisters. They're the conjoined twins. And that seems very unpleasant. Although, they make the best of it. They're making the best of it. They both have boyfriends. Don't they have different boyfriends and stuff? Very curious how that works. Preparing for the landing. Are you ready? Yes, I am. I'm ready. Take me now.
We number in the many thousands. We are projecting to you with all of our hearts the infinite love that stems from the most high dimensions.
Read about the reality of extraterrestrial life and the future of Earth within an interplanetary confederation in a new book, Preparation for the Landing by cosmic visionary Uriel.
We think that shit got crazy when the internet really took on in earnest and stuff, but oh my God. I mean, they used to just, this was a commercial on television that you could probably stumble upon in the middle of the night. Fucking shit used to be so much fun. It used to be so cool. Travis said, you should look up the Diphallic guy. And then in regards to the Hensel sisters, 2 girls, 1 box.
Published by the Unarius Educational Foundation. Call 619-444-7062 for more information. Preparation for the landing. Are you ready?
I am now. Once I get my order in, then I'll be ready. Then I'll be fucking ready. The Fukons? Mikey's diary. Yeah, okay. Sure.
My キーったらいつも散らかしっぱなしにして。あら、これ何かしら。マイキーったら密かに日記なんてつけてたのね。毎日どんなこと書いてるのかしら。ちょっと気になるから少しだけ読んでみようかしら。ダメよ。いくら親子とはいえそれは許
This is what that kid in the basement who made the mask video. This is what he ended up doing. He moved to Japan where he was accepted.
されないことよ。でも読まないと気になって掃除に集中できないに決まってるし、マイキーが私たちに言えない秘密をここに打ち明けてるかもしれないし、ここは心を鬼にしてマイキーの日記を読むしかないわ。そうよ、読むしかないのよ。
火曜日晴れ。今日は本当にママを殺そうと思った。
Wait, really? Whoa.
そしてついでにパパも殺そうと思った。だってあいつら超うざいんだもん。でも今日は眠いから明日にしようっと。なんてことだ。これはまるで殺人予告じゃないか。
そうなのよ。しかも今日は水曜日。
なんてことだ。
私たち今日マイキーに殺されるかもしれないのよ。
ただいま。
来たの？
来たわ。
あれ？パパ今日は早いんだね。
What the
そうなんだ。
fuck?
今日はちょっとママと大事な話があって早めに帰ってきたんだ。ねえママ。
そうなのよ。今大事な話をしてたとこなのよ。
I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. Definitely one of the weirder things I've seen. Tonight. This has been a few real weird videos. I don't even have the words to describe them.
なんだっけママ。
なんだったかしら。忘れちゃったわ。
なんか変だな。二人とも僕に何か隠してるんじゃないの？
そんなことあるもんか。
ごまかさないで教えてよ。
暴力はいかんぞマイキー。
そうよマイキー。とにかく冷静に話し合いましょう。
僕テーブルを叩いただけだけど。
そうやって私たちが油断した隙にズドンと一発お見舞いする気だな。そうはいかんぞマイキー。まずは冷静に話し合おう。一体私たちの何がそれほどまでにお前の気に障るのか教えてくれないか。
言ってちょうだいマイキー。
Hagbert says this is Les Claypool's inner monologue. Good call. It does look like one of his music videos. Trami says, feels like I'm watching the Katakuris. Katakuris? A family conspiring to murder. I don't know what that is.
マイキーの行きたいところにどこだって連れて行ってあげるぞ。
何でも好きなもの買ってあげるわ。だからお願い、命だけは助けて。
なんだかよくわかんないけど、この際二人に話を合わせておけば得しそうだぞ。本当に何でも買ってくれて好きなところに連れてってくれるんだね。
もちろんだマイキー。
もちろんよマイキー。
じゃあよくわかんないけど二人とも許してあげるよ。でもその代わり
Prophet coming in with a nuclear take. We should have dropped the third one.
現地に行ってラジコンカー買ってね。
やったー、助かったぞママ。
とりあえず私たち助かったのね。
あれ？これは？
それは
もしかしてパパとママこの絵日記読んだの？ひどいや、人の日記勝手に読むなんて。
ごめんなさい。
See, it ends up being a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like Mikey didn't really want to kill them, but now that he's found out that, they read his diary, this transgression cannot stand it. Now he's going to have to take him out. Tarami says the happiness of the Katakura's Japanese film about a family who runs a rural hotel recommended. Oh, isn't that Takashi Miike? I think I do know what you're talking. Yes, now that I've seen the title, I know what it is. Did not make that connection right away. I haven't seen it, but I know what it is.
命だけは助けてくれ。
あれ？でもこの日記僕のじゃないぞ。僕とローラちゃん学校で席が隣同士だから間違って僕のカバンにノートが入っちゃったんだ。
ということはその日記を書いたのはマイキーじゃないってこと？
だってこれローラちゃんのだもん。
いやマイキー、さっきの話はなしだ。
それを書いたのがお前でないなら何でも買ってあげるなんて話はもう終わりよ。
そんな遊園地連れてってよ。
Like, I wonder what this was for. Like, why was this produced? Like, listen, we got to kill 3 minutes and 20 seconds at 4 a.m. Can you do it, Hideo Kojima?
おだまりマイキー。そんなわけのわからないだだこねる前に自分の部屋掃除しなさい。
そうだ。親の言うことを聞かないやつは遊園地にだって連れて行かないし、ご飯も食べさせない。それが親のしつけというものだ。
ちゃんとお部屋が掃除できるまではお小遣いも禁止よ。
それはいいアイデアだ。
They're really dropping the hammer on this kid. He reveals, he's like, no, listen, I'm not trying to kill you. And they're just like, listen. Now we're taking it all the way. Again, self-fulfilling prophecy. Hagbert says MTV Japan? Possibly. Was there an MTV Japan? I don't even know. Is that real, Hagbert?
水曜日晴れ。今日ママもパパも八つ咲きにしてやろうと思った。だってあいつら超ずるいんだもん。でも今日は眠いから明日にしようっと。
Well, there you go. He got tired. He got too tired to kill him. Guess they got lucky. There was something here. Angry Dad 70s anti-drug PSA. Hell yeah.
All right, where the hell have you been? In and out, up and down, never home. It's a mess. You're a mess. But it's so romantic when you're young, so poetic. My father would have taken a belt to me. I wouldn't dare talk back to my father. I was afraid to. Is that what it is? You afraid to talk to me?
Oh no. Maybe I'm too angry.
Wait a minute. Where the hell have I been?
What the fuck?
Hey, I waited up for you. I wanted to talk with you.
This reminds me of like a Kids in the Hall sketch. You guys ever see the Kids in the Hall sketch when the dad's like going to tuck his son in? It's like a series of angry outbursts. His dad comes in drunk in the middle of the night. And he gets some tap shoes at the end.
You know, you're important to me, but there's something missing. We've been far apart lately. I don't know what to say. But I do love you. I really,
He went down and got on his knee. Was this kid like 4 years old?
really do love you.
The prophet says, Daddy drank. Yes, that's the one. Yeah. Actually, I think there's an Instagram channel, whatever the hell it's called, profile. They have a bunch of old Kids in the Hall sketches on there. It's pretty good. It's pretty all right. Transmissions of cosmic energy. Well, yeah. Oh, what's this? Mosh Madness. A hard copy special report. Fuck yeah.
It's called moshing, a dance craze that's even more aggressive and violent than the slam dancing fad of the 80s. Teens call it fun, but parents beware. 3 kids have already been killed and countless others injured. Jody Baskerville has tonight's hard copy special investigation.
It's a frenzied dance that builds to manic mayhem.
Running into each other, slamming each other, beating each other up, whatever.
You know, that would probably be a very odd and off-putting phenomenon to come up in a time where moshing started and not knowing what it was and not being able to understand it. And this is just like, you know, the older generation trying to cope with it.
You use your body to keep up with the beat.
You always come home with bruises and bumps and everything, but pay the price for going in.
It's Mosh Madness. And when you enter the mosh pit, it becomes a dance with danger.
I've had my head cracked open, you know, stuff like that.
Moshing is the latest dance craze to capture the hearts and the minds of the generation they call X. At clubs like the Troubadour in Los Angeles,
These Gen Xers, they're out of control. And now we wonder why. We wonder why the country is in such a state. These were the future leaders. Trump says, oh, fuck, this made me miss going to shows.
Pits spring up whenever there's a band that carries the right kind of beat. But watch out.
They can get hostile. I mean, someone might accidentally bump you, and then some guy would get, you know, really upset and punch him, or, you know.
Punch you, punch a girl?
Oh, sure, I've gotten hit before.
That's why some mockers
It's called
take
equality.
special precautions before they go into the pit.
Do you wear this into the mosh pit?
That's what I wear in the mosh pit. Huh? Because I don't want people to hit me in the face. So you want to wear this. Oh.
And as the moshing beat builds, so
This is what happened to the Wachowskis. Okay?
does the violence. So far, 3 deaths have been reported last year and more than 1,000 injuries.
Moshing is going to continue to occur. I don't see that stopping. But where the serious injuries are going to occur, they can stop the music and ask them not to do it.
But they refuse. They will not. Travis says, goddamn kids, When I was young, we got shit-faced. Then we met up on the bridge for fisticuffs. Yeah. David says that guy in the mask definitely works at Bank of America now. Oh, for sure. Yeah, he's in finance.
But the danger doesn't stop the lead singer of the band, the Decrups, from joining in.
People have respect when you're on stage. When I go into the crowd, this is fun. It is.
Man, that's a name. Jürgen Engler from the Die Krups.
Fun. It's fun for them, it's fun for me, and they respect me for giving them respect.
So you're not afraid of getting hurt in the mosh pit?
No.
In the beginning,
He's like a gay Gigi Allen, or an even more gay Gigi Allen, I suppose.
moshing was supposed to be a kinder, gentler version of slam dancing, a dance craze made popular during the punk era. But now some former moshers say they quit because moshing is getting out of hand and kids are getting hurt. Some of the moshers we talked to have the scars to prove it.
I got this scar.
I got this little scratch. Check it out. Trami says, I'm in finance and I can confirm a lot of metalheads. I believe it. I mean, well, because it's like everybody. You go through phases, you fucking do stupid things. You grow up a little bit, then you have to go get a real job. Same thing happened with all the hippies, right? In the 60s and 70s.
Right here, and I just got trampled, and like some guy with a spike bracelet fell on top of me and gouged into my leg. When I was about 13 years old, someone pulled a knife in the middle of the pit. That was pretty scary. He ended up stabbing 6 people, and
the last time I did it, there was a big open area in the audience, and my arms got caught under me, and so I did a face plant on concrete, which wasn't exactly fun.
they were no sparks.
Many moshers come to the clubs dressed to impress, but spikes are a no-no. Tight security helps.
It's like going to the club with Timberlands nowadays. I'm sorry, are those work boots? Can't come in here. That's gang related.
Keep moshing injuries down, but despite the risks, some moshers don't want to quit.
It's just pure adrenaline in the pit. You're slamming into people, it just pumps you up. You just have this great high when you're in there. The mosh pit was just exhilarating. I just loved it a lot.
I hear children crying. How long will this dance with danger last? Well, that's anybody's guess. Right now, it's hot, it's happening, and like a lot of things that are bad for you, moshing is addicting.
Hell yeah, it's an adrenaline rush. Trami says, you call these injuries? Yeah, those are pretty superficial. A lot of superficial marks.
Barry?
Thanks, Jody.
Barry?
You ever moshed?
Barry, I'm going to mosh about the same day you start moshing.
I've tried noshing. I thought that was it.
What good one, Gary. I've tried noshing, but I've never tried moshing. Good old TV. What else we got? How to make a musical instrument from Peppermint Park. Fresh Wind commercial. These commercials.
Are you far from home? Maybe you're on your own for the first time and you miss the ones you left at home. We can make those pictures seem almost alive.
Ow!
With Fresh Wind.
What?
That smells just like Mom after dinner.
This is a comedy.
That smells just like Dad's farts. And it's even got a hint of his B.O. stench in there.
And remember those afternoon cookouts with Uncle Charlie?
Oh, gross me out. That is him. It's like they're all right here with me.
And this one will take you back.
Oh my God. Okay, guys. Trami says, imagine if she was like, yeah, I was at Wasp, and I think I gave a guy a concussion. I think he's still out. That would have been, if she was quick on her feet, she'd have been like, yeah, Gary, I'm on a square.
Oh, it's my high school locker room.
Fresh Wind, the spray scent that brings the ones you love right into the room with you.
Wow. Here's Mom, Dad, Uncle Charlie. Oh, yuck. These things are so gross they make me want to puke. It's like I never left home.
Don't forget the
This is what these people did with their theater arts degree. Prophet said, moshing is the inevitable outcome when you tell young men to never express their feelings with violence. We are buying Theo his first heavy bag soon so we can start throwing haymakers healthfully. David says, not sure why, but this is reminding me of those old Wilford Brimley commercials. #diabetes. Yeah, it would have been around this time. Definitely the aesthetic, the vibe.
Special bonus can.
It's Fluffy, our dog.
Fresh wind. They stink, just like the real thing.
Oh. Oh, wow. Thank God. I wonder what that was for. It must have been like a class project or something, maybe. Something could be like that. It's got to be something like that. What the hell? Good God. Dead air. Dead air. Fred Johnson, Undead Clown from Hell. Tales from the Quaded Zone. Yeah, okay. It's a minute and a half long. Why not? Hey, Joe, you want to be in a movie? Oh, God. Drama says F's for Brimley. Hell yeah. Brimley was an American hero. He really was. He really was out there. Didn't he do the Werther's original commercials as well? Then he started doing insurance commercials. It's very deep. This is the rest of that Haunted Mask movie. Hagbert says Brinley was only 50 when he made Cocoon. That man was born geriatric. I know. He always had that vibe. You know what though? He was kind of like he could have been like a. I really love Wilford Brimley in The Thing. I wish he had kind of cultivated that look. You know, that look. The manatee mustache. Just made him a joke. I don't know. Oh my God. Thank God that's over. Holy shit. They must have been, when when they were editing that together, they're like, well, it sounds fine to us. We can tell. It's like Christopher Nolan when he did The Dark Knight Rises. He's like, I can understand Bane fine. I can understand him fine. You guys are just squares. Oh shit. Okay, this will kind of get us started here. I survived a satanic cult from Oprah's clip from Oprah.
Yeah.
That's not.
As a matter of
Let
fact,
him speak. Thank you.
four of them are definite human sacrifice ones. The victims are easily picked up. They are wandering teenagers looking for a good time, runaways, skid row bums, paper boys, paper girls. You can go out to the street.
Look at Cher. Looking rough that day.
The day before or the day during, pick up that child, drug him, or whoever you want to, get him ready for the ceremony, and at that time, they will slice the person's throat open, pick up the blood in a chalice, because they believe that the power in the blood will add to them.
How do you know this? How do you know this?
I wasn't the only one who practiced this.
So have you practiced in going out and picking up people off the street and slicing their throats?
The easiest way.
Are you so this guy's on national television saying like, yeah, I murdered people. I'm a murderer. I'm a mass murderer. I used to pick up bums, slit their throats, and drink their blood. But I'm reformed now, Oprah. Okay? I'm reformed. Hagbert says that's not Cher. That's Vinnie Vincent. I don't know who Vinnie Vincent is.
And why aren't you in jail? Wait a minute.
Who's Vinnie
Let him
Vincent?
say it.
As a matter of fact,
Why did they kill him? And why aren't you in jail? Please let him speak.
Sharon Tate LaBianca's murder, okay?
Okay, never mind. I
was
know.
a witch's killing. Sharon Tate wanted out, but the thing is, the Illuminati.
What do you mean she wanted out? She was a witch?
Yes, she was tired of it.
Ah, so you gotta all comes back to Polanski. Helter Skelter and all that. She wanted out. But these demons in this cult, they weren't having it.
She wanted to get out, but the thing is, but the thing is,
You base those allegations on what?
on when I was in myself. I'm not the only one who knows.
Even Oprah used to be fun. Can you believe that? Think of Oprah now and think of this.
This information. Anybody who was in witchcraft during that time can tell you the same thing. What happened
That
was
Sharon Tate was a
Like daytime television used to kind of rock, dude. Maury, Oprah. Come on now.
practicing witch?
Yes. Okay. As a matter of fact, the Illuminati.
I have no information to refute it, so I'm only going on what you're
The
saying.
Illuminati sent Charles Manson in to kill her.
I like that she's like, I don't have any information to refute what you're saying, so just continue talking, please.
If you remember, she was killed. One leg was strung up from laughter, her hands behind her, her throat sliced open. There was a tarot, 78 cards in a tarot deck. You look at the 12th major arcana one, it looks like the Hanged Man. That's exactly how Sharon Tate LaBianca was left. Charles Manson did not go into prison. He volunteered to go in.
So you're saying that Charles Manson came from this group, the Illuma.
He's one of the most powerful.
Like she doesn't know who the Illuminati is. Who feeds you the babies, Oprah? Who gives you the children that you eat? Prophet says Vinnie Vincent of the Vinnie Vincent Invasion temporarily played guitar with Kiss before being forced back into his aborted solo career. Famous for faking his solos to the point of slowing down the tape. While he recorded that on playback, it sounded like he could play much faster than he actually could. What a Chad.
Wizards alive today.
Okay.
Oh, man. See, that would have been great if they had that whole segment. I should just look. I'm going to look real quick. Oprah. Satanic. They have a old promo for one. This was all the rage back in the late 80s, early 90s. Good boyfriends are boring. All right, well, we can watch a promo for Oprah. See, people need to archive this stuff so that I can watch it. Okay? People got to do this. They got to do the work. Captions unavailable.
Good morning. Hi, everybody. I'm Oprah Winfrey. Thank you.
She's going to pretend like she doesn't know what the Illuminati is. We all know what you're doing, Oprah.
This morning, we are telling secrets, we are telling lies, and we are telling the truths. I'm Oprah Winfrey, and we are beginning part one of a battle that has been going on for centuries, a battle between, of course, the sexes. Today, the men talk. Tomorrow, the women respond. All right, we'll come back, and we're going to talk about sex some more. Back in a moment.
Oh, so it's just a bumper? That's what it was? Fuck off. You tricked me. Okay, well, let's get into one that's a little bit longer, maybe. Well, we got two short ones, and then we'll go into a longer one. That would give us something to actually like engage with here. But this is important. This is an important primer. Warning signs of satanic behavior. Okay?
Warning signs of satanic behavior may be apparent, such as a sudden, bitterly antagonistic attitude towards family and religion,
So that's what's going on with my 4-year-old.
a drastic decline in academic performance, a reclusive behavior pattern, and listening exclusively to heavy metal rock music, almost.
No, he just started doing drugs. That's what you're talking about. He started doing drugs. Probably just smoking pot for most kids.
to the point of addiction. When one or more of these warning signs are evident, you should look further for ritual items.
How did they license that music? That was Ozzy Osbourne. They're like, well, we'll only play a little bit. He won't catch it. He'll be fine. It'll be all right. Don't worry about it, guys.
Such as a pentagram or other satanic symbols, black or red robes.
Oh my God. If your son has the equipment to look like a stereotypical satanic cult member, then he may actually be one.
Decorative dagger or knife. A chalice or goblet. Black candles. A personal diary with a black cover, which is called a Book of Shadows. And copies of publications, such as the Satanic Bible and the Satanic Rituals. And possibly a small makeshift altar. If you discover items such as these, experts advise you contact your local law enforcement agency at once.
They're trying to convince people to call the cops on their children. Because most people, they're just gonna find like the pentagrams that are probably associated with the bands they're listening to, and they're gonna freak the fuck out. Call the cops. Trauma says doing a video search for satanic gets one so fucking many dingbats. I think it's worth looking into sometime. It totally is. There's a lot of fun stuff. I can maybe in the background I'll look, see if I can find anything. Hagbert says goat fur leggings are a dead giveaway. That's how you know. Yeah, there's tons of that's like some of the funnest stuff. Do I not have it queued up? Oh, damn it. I gotta find it. Some of that kind of stuff is really funny. Those old infomercials, old specials. Oh, I did have it queued up. Oh my God. My fucking brain is completely melted right now. There we go.
Satanists want to recruit. We know that it's been going on for many years. This is not new, but their arrogance and their outwardness about the way they recruit is becoming unbelievable.
Recruiters will go out there into various high schools and draw kids.
I spent a hot 20 minutes, about 20 minutes before I started the stream, looking for this guy. And I cannot find him anywhere.
Into the system because they're very street smart, some of these Satanists. And they can draw these kids into it very seductively where their parents may not even know it.
Sometimes they'll simply suck them in through the local high schools, sex and drug parties. They may go to the local bus station, find the runaways down there, Skid Row, or they may come from very affluent families.
I've noticed that these kids are bored with society. They're bored with school. They're bored with some of the churches that are out there.
I have young people calling me regularly, telling me that they have been involved in some sort of animal mutilation sacrifice. And the reason why they say that they go out to these
people call him regularly, on a regular basis. You think, maybe this is just an example of early trolling. Let's see what he says. Hold on.
There. I have young people calling me regularly, telling me that they have been involved in some sort of animal mutilation sacrifice. And the reason why they say that they go out to these animal mutilation sacrifices is because they're provided with vodka or drugs.
Hey, whatever you got to do to party, So like, hey, we're going to hook you up. We got some pot. We got some vodka. We are going to be sacrificing some animals. You cool?
Drugs, cocaine, or free sex. And
free sex. Well, as opposed to what, my friend? They're teenagers.
And they don't particularly like, as this one girl said to me, I don't really like to hear the squealing animals in the cemeteries when they do their rituals, but they give me free vodka.
Repeatedly, you...
And, right there. You got to do what you got to do. Tarami says, where do I sign up?
See the drug usage being used. Sometimes the high priest or the high priestess won't use drugs because they may not be able to have that mental, spiritual control over the people that are in the actual coven. But they'll then give it.
I like how this is all like theoretical knowledge they have. They've never seen any of this stuff. They've never seen a person do anything like this, but it's real and it's out there. Oh my gosh. David says that small mustache screams narc. Yeah, he's just jealous he wasn't invited. He's like, they keep calling me and telling me about these parties, and nobody ever tells me where they are. Kind of bullshit. Travi says all the free vodka I can drink. That's like $5 worth.
To their members.
And so to cover up what I'd seen and what I'd been taking part in, I started taking drugs, which they provided. So that was another reason for staying at the Coven. They were providing me heroin.
There you go. I wish they had that whole video, because that seems like it would have been a really good time. Let me see here. All right, I don't want to blow their whole load here. Okay, so we got a 2020 special report. It's called VCR Horrors from 1987. Graphic 80s horror movies are corrupting the children. They're corrupting the kids. Trami says, all the satanic panic stuff was an immense demonstration of projection and or straw manning. Yeah, I mean, they found some, like, there was some weird shit that was going on, and then they kind of just projected and extrapolated like it was this giant thing. I mean, I think wasn't it in LA where they actually had like a special unit designated just for like occult crimes, if I'm not mistaken. I think I read a book about it like years and years and years ago. All right, here we go. 2020 special report.
ABC News Magazine. 2020 with Hugh Downs and Barbara Walters. Are your kids renting a movie this weekend? Horror films like these are the most popular choice. Graphic orgies of blood and violence.
They watch 15 murders in an hour and a half.
Children mesmerized.
I like the gore.
But are they harmless?
It's always a female victim, and is generally in a sexual context.
With reports that life may now be imitating art.
You know, it's funny. We're gonna listen to these people, right? Which is probably with a lot of them are going to be involved with the religious right of the time, and it's probably going to parallel most of what you could probably read on sites like Polygon or Kotaku or just modern film criticism, especially if you look at like the film blogosphere when it comes to horror movies in the modern era. Holy shit. It sounds just like this shit. Sounds just like this stuff. This might actually be kind of fascinating.
Brown shows you what the kids are watching. VCR Horrors. Also,
horror movies, mutilation, decapitation, torture. Does that sound entertaining? More blood,
Yes.
blood than a blood bank. Have we got your attention? Well, you may be sickened, but what about your kids?
Where are your kids? Where are they? More at 11.
They seem to love every moment of today's horror films. Movies that, by comparison, make Frankenstein seem cute and cuddly. If you find this disturbing, just wait, because there is a whole other dimension.
There is, since VCRs, half of American households now.
VCRs, the modern menace. Hagrid says, I think I found Jack Roper. Oh, shit. Okay. We'll shoot it our way, I guess. If he's still into occult stuff, definitely. Travis says, I agree with the host. Yes, it does sound fun.
Now have video cassette recorders. And for many children, they're a ticket to R-rated gore that the kids are too young to see at the movies. So, do you know what your children are watching? Well, parents and psychologists are very concerned. And tonight, Bob Brown will show us why. Fair warning, though, there is some graphic violence in this. But we say that for you, not your kids. They've probably already seen it.
First, you were frightened.
Avert your eyes, Barbara. Things are going to get pretty hardcore.
By the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Then you were terrorized by Halloween. And now, prepare to be pulverized, traumatized, and hospitalized by... Splatter you.
I like the gore.
I love blood and guts and stuff, you know. It turns, I'm serious, it turns me on, you know, ever since I was a little kid. Because I love the feeling of being scared, you know.
Saturday afternoon matinees aren't what they used to be.
To begin with, kids don't have to go to the movie theater. They can...
Hybrid says he runs or ran something called Caris, and I think he hosts a morning show out of South Carolina. Oh, damn. That's where I live. Maybe I could find him. Maybe I could track him down and ask him about this. Maybe I could.
Bring the movie home from the rental store. And some of the most popular kinds of tapes to watch don't resemble the old Hopalong Cassidy or Superman movies. The kids call them slasher or splatter movies. And they get together to watch them at gross-out parties. The movies are extremely violent, sexually provocative, and have graphic displays of mutilation. We asked 3 groups of kids why the movies appeal to them.
I see them with my friends, and we see who can keep their eyes open the longest.
Slumber Party Massacre. That was a classic.
Hell yeah, it was. Kid knows what he's talking about.
Goes around killing people. That's the plot of all scary movies.
Kids get the movies from the horror section of the video store. Most of the violent movies are rated R and aren't supposed to be seen unless you're 17 years old. Others are made directly on videotape and bypass the rating system altogether. Video store owners say the movies are usually in their top 3 rental categories. Kids say it more simply.
On Monday morning, the biggest attraction is a kid that's seen one of these disgusting movies of the weekend. And, I mean, in incredible detail. And then this guy takes thrill, all right? And he goes and rams it right through the guy's eye. And everybody goes, and he's got a big cry around. And it's ridiculous, because, I mean...
Travis says, where's John Wayne and shooting Apaches, God damn it, where are you going to get your values from? David says, Josh definitely hurts animals. Prophet says, remember all those gross out parties as kids? Yeah, well, I mean, I kind of do. I was the guy with the movies. Yeah, that was me. Big Paul. He was never the same. Hybrid says, Driller Killer. Oh, hell yeah. I actually watched that. I actually saw that for the first time like 2 years ago.
He's like the focal point of action for that day.
While the movies may be the rage with kids, it's a different story when their parents learn about what they believed were simply horror movies.
I considered myself...
Like, how uninvolved are these parents that their kids are renting these movies in their houses with their friends over, and they have no idea what the content is, and they're like, wow, 20, thank you. This is very shocking. Very shocking. Come on, Anne.
An informed, concerned parent and mother, as we all do, and I had no idea that it was at the depth of this absolute mutilation.
Oh, my gosh, what's
What particularly shocks parents is
Oh,
the
oh
degree
my
of
God.
repetition of gore and violence. In the movie these parents are watching, Make Them Die Slowly, 2 women are tortured for hours and then forced to watch as their male companion suffers another indescribable torturing process and is then beheaded. In this movie, Evil Dead 2, the male star is killed early in the film. But not only does he return as a spirit and appear to be killed several more times, one of the film's highlights occurs when he cuts off his own hand with a chainsaw.
Hell yeah.
Please don't hurt me.
The female star also appears to be killed several times. How did it get?
Oh my God. Prophet says, I suppose you're right. I have memories of loading up on junk from Doug's Dogs and renting Faces of Death with the boys. You know, I never really got into Faces of Death. I will say that. I just grew up in a house where this stuff was, you know, for lack of a better way to put it, pretty normal. Like, my dad was just into movies and horror movies and shit. So, and he was just excited to have like a young son that he could share these things with. So I grew up watching, you know, like Alien and shit like that. Nightmare on Elm Street. Travis says, oh golly, such violence.
Get to this. What happened to old-fashioned horror? The sound.
Old-fashioned horror. I Spit on Your Grave is pretty hardcore. Although that's From Beyond. That's also pretty hardcore. I Spit on Your Grave. That's where I would probably draw a line there. I'd be like, you know, kids, this is all fun and games, but you really don't need to be watching I Spit on Your Grave. We don't need to be doing that.
Sounds and mental images of Hitchcock and the other masters. Chaz Balin is a critic, author, and publisher who specializes in this genre. His books include such titles as The Gore Score and Horror Holocaust.
How are horror movies different now than they were when you were a kid?
I think we got a real impatient kind of contemporary audience now that's more raised on TV, that's more raised on MTV. The audience wants some noise. They want some thunder. They want the smoke machines. They want some loud.
This guy's such a douchebag. Ebert says, same. My dad was bringing home Fangoria from 1983 onward. Very similar. Very similar. Travis says, I'm not sure many people watch I Spit on Your Grave and go, yeah, that was awesome. No, not really. Unless you're Joe Bob Briggs, I guess. I have the Blu-ray. I have that Blu-ray. I think it's out of print. It's got a Joe Bob Briggs commentary on it.
Rock music, and they want 15 murders in an hour and a half. They don't want to hinge a movie around 2 murders or 3 like in a Psycho kind of film. They want to have a body count.
That may be true today, but certainly Alfred Hitchcock's films were scary, and they didn't use graphic violence, even in the famous shower curtain scene from Psycho. 2 films seem to have provided the impetus for productions to become more and more explicit. The first was Night of the Living Dead in 1968, and the second was the 1974 release of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Each was made for less than $200,000.
I saw that coming. As soon as they said Night of the Living Dead, I knew they were going to say Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Everybody looks at that as like ground zero for the horror hound, the gore hound era. Even though, I mean, I guess at the time, right? It's actually not that explicit of a movie. Surprisingly enough, a lot of effective cuts where your mind, you think you saw it, but you really didn't.
And they reportedly have grossed more than $50 million apiece. The phenomenal financial success of Texas Chainsaw Massacre in particular led to a glut of Hollywood filmmakers, including several pornographers.
Fuck yeah, Maniac. Excellent, excellent movie.
Moving into the horror field.
They'd taken that same formula, and instead of those explicit sex shots, they substitute women being killed and murdered by men.
And stories of members of organized crime wanting in on the action have also surfaced. In fact, Texas Chainsaw Massacre was distributed by a company headed by Louis Perreno. Not only was Perreno the producer and distributor of the porn hit Deep...
Travis says Texas Chainsaw Massacre is really mostly implication. It is, and it's super effective. It's just the tone. I think it's more just the characters, the creepy family and shit. It's really unsettling. I think it's very effective even to this day. I mean, I've probably seen the movie one too many times at this point in my life, just because it just doesn't have that same effect anymore. But it's every time I see it, I do appreciate the performances in that movie. Hagbert says, and they ignore Herschel Gordon Lewis. That's a good point. The Wizard of Gore? I mean, come on.
Throat. He is also considered by police to be an operative of the Joseph Colombo Mafia family. Texas Chainsaw Massacre and its sequel, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, are still 2 of the biggest hits in the video rental market. It is the explosion of that video rental market that fuels the modern horror films.
That's what fuels all films. Up until recently, up until streaming, the video rental market and DVDs and stuff were a big part of how they made their money.
But even with all the violence, it's still only acting and special effects. So if kids like it, which they obviously do, what's wrong with making the violent films?
Often they're seeing slasher movies that the central plot is based on rapes and chases with women being pursued with buzzsaws and drills and being brutalized, raped, murdered, and parents don't realize that.
Dr. Dan Lintz is a psychology professor at UCLA and has co-authored a book on violence and behavior patterns.
The reason that we undertook these studies to begin with.
Trauma says, in this program, got those 2 movies, thousands of more rentals on its own. This is very true. Actually, Big Paul, friend of Zoobox, his parents had this banned by the Catholic Church video. And it had just tons of movies that the Catholic Church had banned because we grew up Catholic. And And that's all we did. We just tried to find those movies. I think that might have been our introduction to Life of Brian, the Monty Python movie. Because we watched, we were like 11, 12 years old when we saw it. And then we just, every time we would go rent movies somewhere, that's what we would look for. Hagbert says, but part 2 has that awesome chainsaw duel with Dennis Hopper. Oh, yeah, dude, it's awesome. Dennis Hopper in that movie is great.
Was because we feared that people were getting desensitized to the violence in these films, particularly violence against women.
And the results of his 4-year study show that people were affected by the movies, particularly in their attitudes toward women in real life.
When we put them in a situation where they had to make a judgment about a female victim in another context, let's say a rape victim or a victim of battering, we found that those people that were exposed to these teenage slasher films were less sensitive to that victim than were subjects who were exposed to other kinds of films or who were exposed to no films at all.
This is it. Here we go. Nice.
Linnea Quigley is currently one of the leading females in horror movies. She's posing here for the poster of her next film, Tantalizer. And her roles do seem to have a common thread.
See, there you go. Just like Tarami said, now I need to look up Tantalizer. I've never seen Tantalizer.
I've been buried alive in the mud. I've been victimized. I've been beat up. I've been impaled on antlers. I've been eaten by monsters. I've had zombies attack me. Just about everything that could happen has.
And even a few of the kids we talk to are concerned about women usually being portrayed as the victims.
Why does it always have to be women being killed? Why couldn't it be men? So that's the whole point. I hate it because I always kept that in mind of like, why always women?
But by far, most of the kids told us that parents and psychologists are overreacting. That it's just in the movies.
A lot of times the women are the victims because I guess women are supposed to be, so fragile and so scared and everything, but it doesn't bother me,
Sort of isolate movies as,
It's almost like even children can separate reality from fiction. Hagbert says, dead girls in refrigerators. They've been fridged.
Major desensitizer of kids is probably giving.
This is also a good point. Trump says, never any men that got brutalized, never. They were probably 90% of it, but it's not what you remember because it's not as impactful. You have this innate want to protect women. I know that's old-fashioned. I know that's sexist, but I think that's just why people respond to culturally, right?
It more impact than it deserves.
Andy Pfeiffer heads Empire Productions, one of the largest makers of horror films and risque videos.
In terms of our films, the violence is largely tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, it's like watching cartoons. It's like watching Tex Avery cartoons.
Walter Jostin is the owner of
I mean, even like Sam Raimi, because they've brought up Evil Dead a bunch of times because it's very popular. I mean, that's all just slapstick. It's all Three Stooges jokes.
On Films, a new company that has had commercial and critical success with 2 horror movies, including Witchboard.
It's a changing world. I don't think we're showing anything in our films that is worse than anything they're going to see on the news or on the street.
The difference is, I think, that with the slasher film, what you have is this preponderance of violent images against women.
Hagbert says the men also don't have awesome boobies on display like Saint Linnea. No, they don't. That's why you pay attention. That's why you notice more. Those big, giant, heaving breasts.
News, the victims tend to be spread across many aspects of society within certain strata of society, males and females alike, black and white. In slasher films, it's always a female victim, and it's generally in a sexual context.
You have a son, right, who is still fairly young.
Yes, he's 5.
Do you let him watch I Spit on Your Grave?
What point would you want him to start watching some of these films?
He has seen all of our films to date. We don't feel he's seen anything that is jarring enough to scar him for life or anything, so to speak.
But the district attorney in Boston, Massachusetts, Newman Flanagan, thinks 5-year-olds are too young.
Look at this fucking potato eater. Look at this fucking dumb Mick. It's okay, I can say that. I'm very Irish. Look at this fucking dumb Mick.
To see these films, and he has a reason. Last November, a 5-year-old boy, assisted by a 3-year-old friend, stabbed a 2-year-old girl 17 times with a knife.
They talked to their parents and the police officers after the incident, and they told them that they were talking about the Friday the 13th and Freddy Krueger and the type of knife that was used. And here's a 5-year-old that when they brought out knives, he said, that's the type knife. That's the knife that we used. And
Because of their ages, the boys could not be prosecuted.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty young. Those are pretty young kids. I don't know if I would take their word for it. Prof says, was I supposed to jerk off to I Spit on Your Grave, or because I totally didn't. Now, you're only allowed to jerk off to I Spit on Your Grave while she's exacting revenge. Then it's totally cool. It's very empowering. And I think she's topless for part of it, so it works. It works out for everybody.
Prosecuted. The 2-year-old girl is recovering. In tiny Beckville, Texas, the story had a different ending.
Last May, at a graduation party for seniors from Beckville High, students were drinking beer.
Oh, see, this is one of these vodka animal sacrifice parties we heard so much about.
Beer and whiskey at a classmate's home. Some were watching a video called Faces of Death, which purports to show not fictional, but actual recordings of violent deaths. 2 of the students disappeared from the party. They were David Metcalf and Teresa Ann Downing. Metcalf later returned. But the next day, Teresa Ann Downing's body was discovered near this cemetery, not far from where the party was held, partially clothed, smothered, and beaten to death.
Metcalf originally confessed to the murder and then recanted his confession. He has pleaded not guilty and is awaiting trial. Police believe drinking probably had more to do with the crime than the video. But interestingly, in his high school yearbook, Metcalf lists his favorite movie as Faces of Death. There were moves under...
Just throwing it out there, you know? Trauma says, I'm in a graveyard, so this is serious.
...way in several state legislatures to require that all videos display prominently a rating that describes their content. And many parents also want a better definition of R-rated.
We would like the Motion Picture Association to consider a further category of the R rating. We would call it RV, and that would classify a film as being rated R because of its sexually violent or extremely violent content.
The bottom line is that even if new rating requirements are put into place, it's a voluntary system, and it isn't against the law for stores to continue to rent these violent videos to children.
See, over in the UK, they have the video nasties craze, where there was like an underground video market for these kinds of movies, because they did ban them. They did ban them in the UK. God bless America. Prophet says, was she making an anti-natalism video in that graveyard?
It's also an issue on which a mother and her child continue to disagree.
Even if the films have special effects, and we all know that they're not real, in a child's perception or in an adult's perception, we're still dealing with repeated violent acts and the association of sex and violence that may make us more callous to those acts committed in real life.
You can't just say, okay, you can't see it and you can, because, you know, some people, they're 25 and, you know, they can't mentally handle these killings. And, you know, some people when they're 3 years old can see a rated R movie and know that it's not real and
wow.
just have it be there and be entertaining and scary at the same time, but not be, you know, completely inappropriate.
Out of the mouths of babes. The kid kind of nails it, right? If you're predisposed to having problems, you got some sort of chemical imbalance already, you know, it's just the thing that kind of sets you off, I suppose. I mean, because that's the whole thing. Like, they're just fucking like millions of kids watch these things. Tens of millions of children watching Evil Dead 2 and Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The vast majority, 99.99% of them, don't do anything. So it's just, you know, a little bit of hysteria, you know. Trauma says, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was illegal over here to rent out tapes to underage kids. Yeah. Not that it stopped anyone. No, it didn't stop anyone. I mean, like, you know, we had, you know, when you would have video stores, the only store that I ever, video rental place when I was a kid that ever enforced like the rating stuff was Blockbuster. It's like it was the corporates. It was like Hollywood Video, Blockbuster, the corporate chains. But your mom and pop places, they didn't give a fuck. They did not give a fuck. You could rent whatever you wanted.
What a bright child.
Children are very wise. I guess in some ways that increases a parent's
I
responsibility.
can see why, yeah. A couple of questions, Bob. Can children rent these cassettes, any cassettes from these rental places?
Well, it's against the rules if it's rated R, but it's not against the law. So the answer is yes. And many of the video stores, in fact, are staffed by teenagers during the weekends or after hours. So
and these teenagers love nothing more than corrupting younger children and other teenagers.
Easy for children to walk in and rent a video.
The other thing is
that's how I used to buy cigarettes when I was a kid. You know, gotta get them teens. Gotta get the teen behind the counter.
Rent these, you know what you're renting maybe, but when it comes in the box, it's pretty plain. It just has the title. And how can a parent, or anyone renting for that matter, know exactly what the content is?
How can they know exactly what? I don't know. Fucking read about it. Look at the back of the box and be like, do I want my child to watch this? I mean, you saw all of those like the slip covers. They're pretty explicit. They're pretty out there. They're probably more hardcore than the actual movies themselves most of the time. Trami says, children are very wise, but obviously can't tell fact from fiction. That's the limit.
Motion picture has been in theatrical release, it'll have its rating right on the box. If it was never released in theaters, it won't have a rating at all. So in that case, I would say a parent should look at the title, and if it has no rating, they might want to find out more about it before they let a child watch.
Yeah, they know. They know if it has no rating, you know that's the good stuff. Prof says, I remember when I was like 8 going to the deli by my aunts and getting a sub and renting Jason Takes Manhattan. The cashier, who must have been a 17-year-old chick, said to me, aren't you too little? Aren't you a little young to be watching this? I said, maybe. And she rented it to me anyway. That's right. That's usually how it would go. Like, aren't you a little young? And then you just kind of give them that dead stare and they'd be like, all right, fine. So, Siskel and Ebert also at the time, they were talking about it too. So we're going to watch their little segment about video nasties. This is also from 1987. So it was all the rage. It was all the rage in the media to be talking about this kind of stuff. I'm curious. I'm actually kind of curious what their take is going to be. You know, Ebert's he's a little all over the place with this stuff. So
we're going to expand our weekly video segment to take you into the back shelves of your local video store. Back where it says
to the porn section.
Horror videos, and where kids are devouring some awful films that we call the video nasties. Barbara Redenbacher.
If you are a teenager, you may not have heard of the term video nasties or gross-out films. These terms refer to a whole group of pictures full of blood and guts, sometimes real, sometimes fake. And kids are renting them voraciously and holding video nasty parties in their homes to see if they are man enough or woman enough to sit through all this disgusting gore.
Like, where do they get this perspective that kids are hanging out to challenge each other at parties to see if they can handle the gore? I mean, I'm sure it happened a little bit, but even when I was like showing my friends like horror movies or whatever movies, it was never with like the intention of like it being a challenge. You just thought it was cool and you want to share cool things you find. That's kind of it. Oh wait. Oh, Tarami says Ebert has always been a bit of a shit mouth. It's true. It's true, but he's kind of like the older he got, like the more he kind of just like calmed down about it and then ended up being like kind of a champion for some of these movies. Kind of weird. Hagbert said he wrote Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. Come on. Well, that's proper filth. That's clean filth. Travis says sometimes real. Yeah, sure, buddy.
The trend is so popular that some stores have devoted entire shelves to this gory stuff under the horror label, but this isn't regular horror pictures. This is stuff that is simply blood and guts. And the most popular nasty of them all is a piece of trash called Faces of Death, which purports to be a professor's investigation of death worldwide.
I mean, at the time, I suppose it was probably very convincing. But, you know, if you go back and watch Faces of Death, and they were still producing Faces of Death videos when I was in high school. So that was like the early 2000s. Because I graduated 2004. They were still doing those videos, and people were still talking about whether they were real or not. Trump says to Hagrid, that movie is high art if you ask Roger Ebert. Prophet says, after the segment ended, Siskel called Ebert a fat fucking retard, and Ebert called Siskel an oven-touching matzo ball, a classic duo.
Effort, he says, to gain knowledge about the fragility of man. Sure, and I'm the Easter Bunny. The professor is played by an actor who looks like the original absent-minded professor, and what he shows us in Faces of Death are autopsies, murders that were on news programs, and footage, frankly, that no news station would put on because it's too gross. Two couples supposedly cracking open the head of a monkey and eating its brains.
Imagine if Live Leak was around when they were producing material, when they were doing shows. I wonder, was there any like news segments? Was there ever any kind of like outrage about Live Leak? Because Live Leak, that stuff was usually real. And actually, RIP to Live Leak. That actually, didn't it get shut down pretty recently? Within the past couple of years, if I'm not mistaken.
Don't worry, we won't show you that scene. But I found a lot of seemingly fraudulent stuff too, including this tricked up scene, I think, of a couple feeding a bear in a national park and getting mauled. Don't worry, there are a whole bunch of flash cuts when the attack occurs, which makes the stuff suspect, and there's no gross out scene here.
Bob, be careful. Be careful, Bob.
I don't know what gave it away, Siskel. What gave it away? Was it the multiple camera angles? Was it the coverage?
Bob, be careful. Oh my God!
Well, I have a lot of questions about that scene. Why could we hear the woman's voice screaming at her husband to back off and then not hear her?
Oh, Siskel, the investigative journalist.
At all, especially when he's being attacked. That's when you should hear the woman's voice. Did she stop talking while her husband was being attacked? And then where was that second camera during the attack from the other car? Did the cameraman from the other car, while there's a bear out there mauling some guy, decide, hey, this is a good time, I'll get closer. Maybe I can get mauled too, the dummy. But beyond that is the sickness and shoddiness of this entire film. This is more than just a Halloween party gag. It is truly disgusting and badly made.
Yeah, but okay, if it's truly if it's just badly made and it's obvious that it's full of shit, then who cares? Who cares? Kids like convincing themselves it's real because they want to feel like they've seen something edgy. I mean, come on, dude. Trami says, this acting hurts me. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Hagbert says, Grizzly Man uncut. I had the same thought. Prophet says, Bob, be careful. Don't damage that animatronic bear. It's not insured.
Of course, the issue, which we'll deal with later, is the easy access kids have to this material in many video stores.
In the case of a whole lot of these things, and I also looked at Faces of Death Part 2 and Faces of Death Part 3, you get that.
Like I watched them 3 or 4 times, Siskel, and let me tell you what, I've never been more erect.
Phantom second camera, because we know that TV crews only send out one camera with on a news event, and then you have the shot of the camera.
Right.
So what did they take that shot with? The Face of Death.
I wonder, Ebert. You guys are just a crack team, just a crack duo here. Curious.
Death was popular enough, as I said, to inspire 2 sequels, and in watching Part 3, in which a man jumps to his death from a building, another one is eaten by guard dogs, and a third one parachutes into an alligator pond, I was truly disgusted.
The most terrible thing that I have ever witnessed was one evening I come out on the patio and I see this man coming down in a parachute. And
I'll tell you what, man, I ain't never been more excited in my entire life. Trami says, and I have parts 3 to 9 on back order at the store. He's got to know. Listen, this is his job, his profession. He's got to tell the world. Is it real? Is it fake?
He landed right in the crop pit.
Now, some of that footage looks fake, but what bothered me more was the way these films dwell on human despair in an almost sadistic and almost gleeful way. The actual subject matter of many of these ways of death didn't bother me nearly as much as the fact that the film seems to feel nothing about it. In addition to quasi-documentary movies like Faces of Death...
It's like, this is like a study in how to talk about something when you actually have nothing to talk about.
A lot of video stores also rent fiction movies that specialize in blood and gore, movies that go way, way beyond what parents think of as scary Halloween-type films. And especially, these films seem to love to dwell on the sadistic torture of women. One of the worst of these movies is Blood-Sucking Freaks, in which a magician invites people to his home for private shows in which it turns out that the tricks are not tricks, they're real, and women are the victims.
Are you ready to accept my domination?
Oh my God, I gotta get a soundboard because I want to put that in a soundboard. Are you ready to accept my domination? Blood-Sucking Freaks. That's another one I saw only a couple of years ago, actually. Horrifying indeed, Tarami says. Hagbert says, you see a guy parachute into a gator pit and get eaten? How many people can say that? They're just trying to tell this man's story. You know what I'm saying? David says, leave your keys in the bowl, ladies.
Blood-Sucking Freaks is filled wall to wall with screams, with blood, with nudity, with hopelessness, with helplessness, with violence, and most of all, with venomous hatred of women. I have never seen a movie quite like it. And if I'd seen it when I was 12 or 13, I could only imagine what an effect it might have had on me. It makes death and torture and...
I would have been a serial killer. That's what it would have happened. Let me tell you, Siskel, I would have been a fucking serial killer. A serial killer of women.
Pain and suffering into unreal things, and along the way, it makes women seem unreal too. They exist in this movie simply to be exposed, tortured, and mutilated. It's hard to believe.
As opposed to Valley of the Dolls, Roger, what was that about? What was their purpose in that movie?
I don't believe that parents are really aware of what's contained in those films and still let their kids watch them. That's the point of the show, I guess, to say, hey, there's such a thing as a horror film. There's even such a thing as Friday the 13th. But do you know about these nasties that they're selling as a special category to kind of appeal to your kids to show up at pajama parties when the adults are all asleep or next door?
And the ultimate...
And Trauma brings up a point. What I hate the most is really how they try to push their shit under the guise of protecting women or protecting children or protecting society or whatever. And this is just the topic of the week. I can't. Well, I mean, I know Ebert definitely had an axe to grind against slasher movies. He was pretty outspoken about it. Doesn't he have a famous review of, is it Friday the 13th? Where he just like goes nuclear and he like gets out of his seat and he gets all red in the face and upset. It's one of those movies.
Ultimate pornography is just what you said, because it's done in the guise of a party.
Yeah.
Let's have fun. And what is the fun? Watch people get cut up, watch people die. And the effect, I'm going to play amateur psychologist.
Yeah.
And the effect,
It's a safe way to experience the darker side of humanity. That's really all it is. You know what I'm saying? Trauma says, think he shits all over Halloween too. Actually, that might be the one I'm thinking of. It might be Halloween.
the fact is that you can confuse pain with entertainment. And when that confusion is made, the whole world is in a lot of trouble.
It made me think of that movie we reviewed a couple of weeks ago called The River's Edge, where one of the teenagers kills his girlfriend and the other kids look around at the body for 3 days without telling the cops, because to them, it's not really real. Coming up next, look at what some
I think you might have missed the point of River's Edge if that was your takeaway, Roger Ebert.
Stores are doing to control video nasties, and we'll also offer a few suggestions of our own.
He's like, bring a gun to work. Any kid comes up to you with one of these things, you fucking take it out and you put it in their face and you say, I'm going to tell your mom.
Video nasties, the brutal, violent, and sadistic movies that become popular among some young teenage kids who show them at parties as a kind of video game of chicken to see who can keep their eyes open the longest while everybody else is going like this, I hope. Apparently, a lot of parents don't know or don't care how extreme these movies really are, but still we ask the question.
He's like, yeah, Siskel, I saw this 2020 special report. Barbara Walters was very concerned. Travis says, citation needed, Siskel. I don't know. I don't know where they're getting this idea outside of just from the news about these like extreme horror movie watch parties. You know? Are there kids though they're like self-reporting what they're doing at parties?
Question: how can kids who are only 12 or 13 in some cases gain access to these R-rated or X-rated or even unrated cassettes?
Because their dad is
The answer
cool.
a lot of the time is that video stores simply don't care what a movie's rating is, and they'll rent an R-rated movie to almost anybody. But we found some stores that have a policy about renting to kids, and at least one chain named Blockbuster Video.
See, there it is. That's what I said earlier. These big corporate chains, they're the ones that would actually enforce it. Their employees would enforce it like pretty consistently too. I had to go get my mom one time. My mom was waiting for me in the car. I went in there and I used to buy previously viewed movies there. And the movie I was buying was LA Confidential. How old was I? 12, 13. And the clerk made me go get my mom. The burner says, man, Siskel and Ebert were goddamn squares. Funny they had solid reviews on Polanski. That's true. That's true. You know, you're only allowed to be extreme in artistic directions. That's about it.
Uses computers to enforce those ratings.
What we do so that the parent has the prerogative of allowing R-rated rentals for their children or not is we have a section on the application that says additional family card holders under the age of 18 allowed to rent R-rated films, yes or no. So the customer comes up to the counter, they hand us their card, and it has a barcode on the back, and the laser gun reads it, and then up on the screen comes their name and the warning, no R rentals for children under 18. It also makes a beeping noise so that the operator's attention is called to it.
Now, we all know the movie rating system is not very well.
Prophet says, as someone who grew up watching people like Mia Khalifa, Prophet's pretending to be a young man, getting throated by a baker's dozens of convicts who all have DVs under their belt, this all seems very quaint.
Enforced in movie theaters where teenagers can easily get into R-rated films, and it's enforced even more loosely in video stores. But maybe if parents know about these films of extreme and sadistic violence, maybe they'll take an interest in some kind of enforcement of the R rating, and maybe more video stores will too. I think the Blockbuster Video approach is a good one.
Yeah,
Ask the parents if they want their kids to rent these films.
Yeah. The other thing is, I think that some states have introduced legislation requiring the stores to have the labels on them of the rating.
Yeah.
Beyond that, I would say
Like
that
all of these measures, these ratings and the mature rating or the R ratings and stuff, do you think that actually stops most people from watching what they want to watch? I mean, come on. It doesn't. It's never been there. It's there to placate people like this and make them feel like something is being done. Something is being done about these awful, awful, awful horror movies. Big Paul says, I just finished watching The Eternals with my kids. You want to talk about nasty videos? You know, I almost hit the play button on that, and then I just moved on with my life. Same thing happened. I almost hit the play button on Shang-Chi. And I was just like, you know what? Life is too fucking short. Trauma says, people gonna people. And David says, remember when people lost their shit with Mortal Kombat? Same thing. Yeah, I do. I do remember when people lost their shit with Mortal Kombat. And my dad, my parents were young. They had kids young. So, you know, when I was 6 or 7, my dad was like in his late 20s. And I remember like when Mortal Kombat came out and there's all this controversy, he took me to like the local bowling alley to go find the Mortal Kombat cabinet just to see it. I don't even think we played it. I think we just watched people play it because that's what happens. It just becomes like the Streisand effect. You're just like, oh, I got to check that out.
you know which store your child frequents. I would go to that store, look for the horror section. You'll see these kinds of films and see if there are labels on them and ask the owner. That's the least you can do for your kid is one visit to the store and ask the owner what to do.
I got another one for you, Gene. It's very hard for a kid to rent a video unless he has $79 because you have to put down some kind of a deposit for the value of the video. Therefore, most kids are renting against the guarantee of their parents' credit cards. So all the parents have to do is not register the credit card in a store that doesn't enforce the ratings.
That's a good idea, or otherwise people are going to demand legislation. So,
and that's the practice. When you used to have to put down money for that shit, like that was a thing that went on until I would say the early 2000s, because I remember my uncle had to pay like $80 for a copy of For Richer or Poorer, that Tim Allen, Kirstie Alley movie when they go, they become Amish because his kids lost the tape. That's real shit. That's real pain. Siskel and Ebert, Police Academy 2, Porky's Revenge, Friday the 13th, Part 5. Oh, do we want to watch more Siskel and Ebert talk 80s horror movies for a whole hour? Well, let's just take a dip. Let's take a dip. Let's see what their further thoughts were. TV used to rock, man. Used to be so cool. Oh, never. You fooled me. You got me.
Run if you must.
The burner says, damn, boomers were about legislating everything. The simpler times when video content were major cultural battles. You got that right. Yeah, this is what people used to talk about.
Hello, operator.
Hide if you can. Scream if you are able. But above all, if you are alone, don't answer the phone.
Don't do it.
Don't answer the phone. Rated R.
TV commercials like that one exploiting the plight of women in danger. Those ads have been saturating television for the past 2 years.
Well, hey, at least they're consistent, I guess.
And the summer and fall of 1980 are the worst yet. They signify a disturbing new trend at the movie box office, one we'll be discussing on this special edition of Sneak Previews. Across the aisle from me is Gene Siskel, film critic of the Chicago Tribune.
And this is Roger Ebert, film critic of the Chicago Sun-Times. Now, normally on Sneak Previews, Roger and I review new movies. This week, however, we're going to be looking at a group of recent films that have some very ugly things in common. All of these films are thrillers featuring extreme violence directed at young women. To put it bluntly, what you see in most of these films is a lot of teenage girls being raped or stabbed to death, usually both. This is a depressing development in American movies, and on this show, we'll examine the nature of this trend and then speculate on why we're getting so many of these films and getting them now. A lot of moviegoers, adults and teenagers, both go to see these R-rated films.
Big Paul says, I can't get over how Siskel looks like he eats people. Oh, yeah. Him and Oprah, Illuminati confirmed.
And they assume, well, they're just going to see a bunch of routine,
Vampires.
Scary pictures. But oftentimes, they're really shocked how awful these films are. As we explore this trend, we will not be showing you extreme violence in these movies. We've picked scenes that only suggest the violence. We want to inform you, not offend you.
It's just as well we're not showing some of those scenes. I think people would turn their sets off.
Yes.
To begin with, one of the things these so-called women in danger films all have in common is that they portray women as helpless victims. And after you've sat through a dozen or so of these films, as Gene and I have unfortunately had to, they all fall into the same pattern. A woman or a young girl is shown alone, isolated, and defenseless, and then come suspense-building scenes where the girl thinks she's about to be attacked, but she isn't. And then, just when you think everything's going to be okay and nothing's going to happen, a crazy killer springs out of the...
He's cracked the code. He's cracked the code of the horror formulas, of the formula of suspense. Yeah, I wonder where they got that from. A prophet says, in these films, you will see teenage girls raped and stabbed to death, usually both. Me, clicks pen. The burner says, we will not be showing you the most ballin'-ass parts of these movies. Like, what the fuck? I know.
Shadows and attacks her.
Well, but then people might want to rent them, you know? They might want to seek them out.
The killer sadistically threatens the victim before he strikes. That's what's happening in this scene from last year's sleazy movie, When a Stranger Calls, which has now been re-released because of the recent upsurge of the popularity of these films about attacks on women. In this scene, that woman's been told to keep the caller on the line who's been threatening her until the police can trace the call.
Out of all the movies they could talk about, they're going to talk about When a Stranger Calls?
Hello. It's me. I know. Who are you? Can you see
Just
me?
some guy.
Yes.
Leave me alone! Jill, this is Sergeant Sacker. Listen to me. We've traced the call. It's coming from inside the house. Our squad cars are going over there right now. Just get out of that house.
That basic scene has provided the premise for at least a dozen films in the last year. It's always the same.
Big Paul, this in retrospect seems like a ploy to boost the sales of the movies they're warning you about. Probably not. I actually told I told the anecdote about those that tape you used to have about the banned Catholic movies and the effect that had on us and what we ended up doing, which was seeking out every single one of them. The burner says this predates Scream. Ain't nothing original. Not at all. Prof says maybe if these broads hadn't been so fucking uptight, these dudes wouldn't have had to come down so hard. Figured in the 70s, Ebert would have known that. Oh my God.
The girl is at home alone, a menacing attacker, the ringing telephone.
Yeah, it's like there's
the
danger.
wide, frightened eyes. I think there's something terribly wrong when an image like that becomes the building block of an entire movie genre.
You know, a lot of people think that the battle has been won in Hollywood on films about women. They think that now women have parity with men, that there's strong women images in the films. Jill Clayburgh and an unmarried woman, Jane Fonda, in every picture she makes. Got it all wrong. Fonda and Clayburgh make one film a year, maybe, right? These films are coming out week after week, playing to millions of people, and the dominant image in American films today on women is not Fonda and Clayburgh. It's women like that, cowering in the corner, knives being brandished in their faces, being raped, being sliced.
You know, the women often will come back. We have a term for it. It's called the final girl. Big Paul says, laugh out loud. Did you really? A podcast before podcast, kind of, because that's where we learned about things. I gotta find that film, Sean. Dude, I've been looking for a copy of that. It was like banned Catholic movies. I can't remember the title of it, but I have been looking for a copy of that to watch on Nightcap because it informed so much of the movies that I ended up watching as a teenager.
Apart. That's what's going on in American movies. That's why we're doing the show.
I think a lot of people have the wrong idea. They identify these films with earlier thrillers like Psycho or even a more recent film like Halloween, which we both liked. These films aren't in the same category. These films hate women. And unfortunately, the audiences that go to them don't seem to like women too much either. Now, we go to see these films in movie theaters.
What a broad statement. The people that watch these movies, they don't like women either. Like, what a goon. Where are you getting this from, Roger? Come on now. People just want to coom.
These are not the kinds of movies where they have nice private little screenings for the critics. And to sit there surrounded by people who are identifying...
I wonder why. I wonder why you guys don't get critic screenings for the trashy horror movies of the 70s and 80s. I wonder why.
Not with the victim, but with the attacker, with the killer, who are cheering these killers on.
Trami says, we, on the other hand, totally respect women 6 divorces deep.
It's a very scary experience.
Yeah, the movies are played so that they really are in favor almost of the killer and really against the women cowering back. I don't think we can stress this too strongly, that we're not talking about just a couple of films. It seems like we're getting new ones of these kind of films every other week. That amounts to a major movie trend. Here are some examples. There's Prom Night, with teenage girls being slaughtered at their high school prom.
It's hard for me to put some of this stuff in perspective, because so much of this stuff, the titles that obviously they're going to bring up, they just, relatively speaking, they're just very tame. They're very tame. I wonder what they would have thought of, like, I mean, did they review like Hostel or something like that? What did Roger Ebert think of Hostel?
Campaign is, if you're not back by midnight, you won't be coming home. There's Don't Go in the House. A guy who was tortured by his mother burns 3 women to death. The cell line here is, you have been warned. And there's The Howling, a new movie about a woman who goes alone on a vacation and is tortured by the locals. The come-on line here is, Imagine your worst fear a reality. And there's Terror Train, in which 6 college students at a masquerade party on a train are stalked by a psychopath. And there's The Boogeyman. A supernatural killer haunts a house. Here's one of the ads for The Boogeyman.
You can't hide from him.
Yeah, because he's the fucking boogeyman, dudes. Prophet says these dudes are simping fucking hard, trying to get your ex-wife back or something. Oh my god, trying to get your ex-wife back or something, bud. She's not impressed. She's with the chud now. Trami says it amuses me how many qualifiers they use every single week, every other week, most all, so many. Exactly. Longreach says, what chat is this? Trami says it's like they're inflating an issue. Yeah, a little bit. Hagbert says Howling was a great fucking movie. It was. It is. I love the Howling. Joe Dante.
By the time they believe in him, it'll be too late.
Honestly, this trailer is doing it for me. I've never seen this. The Boogeyman, is that what this is called? I've never seen it. Now, see, I gotta look it up. I gotta write it down.
The Boogeyman. He's going to get you.
And we're out to get the Boogeyman before he gets you and your $4. Now, week after week, these are the kinds of movies we're getting. It is relentless. Every film company seems to be making one of these movies or distributing one that some fast buck artist has already made. In addition to the films we've already mentioned this season, we also have He Knows You Are Alone, Motel Hell, Phobia, Mother's Day, Schizoid, Silent Scream, and I Spit on Your Grave, which is easily the worst of this disgusting bunch.
I would say that, in all honesty, I Spit on Your Grave is probably the most heinous of these movies. I mean, that is pure exploitation, and it's like in its most purest form. I Spit on Your Grave. That's a tough watch.
The newspaper ads for these films are bold in the way they suggest terror, but in no way, in many cases, do the ads really prepare you for the kind of explicit violence we end up getting on the screen. Decapitations are not uncommon, and repeated stabbing shots of all parts of women's bodies are grotesquely routine.
You know what I think misleads a lot of people when they look at the newspaper ads or ads on television for these movies? They see that R rating and they think, well, R, that means if you're under 17, you have to take along a parent or an adult guardian. It can't be that bad. Maybe they've seen other R-rated films. Like this summer, you had The Blue Lagoon. It had a little low-key nudity in it. Or The Blues.
A little low-key nudity. It was an underage girl, you fucking pig. Trami says, I spit is pretty extreme, but I think it's also, entirely different than these other movies. It totally is. It's not a like slasher movie. It's a revenge exploitation movie. And Trami gives a shout out to Longreach. He says, hey man, Gaming Dragon says, at what point does a movie stop being just entertainment and start being exploitation? That's a good question, actually. And then Longreach says hi back to Tarami. Yeah, I don't know, Gaming Dragon. That's a good question. At what point does it become an exploitation film? I don't know. What is it? I'm sure somebody has divined this. I'm sure somebody has thought about this in great detail and has probably talked about it. I bet you Joe Bob Briggs probably has some thoughts about something like that.
Brothers, which really wasn't too extreme, and so they say, well, that's not so bad. They have no idea. I agree with you about I Spit on Your Grave. That is the most violent, extreme, grotesque, nauseating R-rated picture I've ever seen, and I just don't understand how the R rating has grown so large as to include these films, which in my opinion go right off the map of any kind of good taste.
Yeah, what's happening is these gougings, again, to make the point, are taking place, and they're basically women that are being gouged. I think at this point somebody is probably wondering why.
Why?
Why
exactly?
Now? Why is this happening? I have a theory. In the last couple of months I've been seeing these pictures. I'm convinced it has something to do with the growth of the women's movement in America in the last decade. I think that these films are some sort of primordial response by some very sick people of men saying, get back in your place, women. These women...
Of men saying, women, get back in your place. Yeah, I don't know if that's accurate. Prophet says, too bad this fucking hack didn't live long enough to see the Human Centipede trilogy. Well, I think he actually saw the first one. He probably was alive to see the first one. We could have strapped him down, held open his eyes, Clockwork Orange style, and dosed him with LSD. Longreach says, I never saw any of those. Hey, man, you know, if it's just not your thing, if it's not your genre, why would you? Travis says, because it sells numb nuts. That's true. Sex, violence, anything that explores the darker side of humanity. Like I said earlier, it's just it's a safe way to experience those things. Because everybody's curious about it. It's not like you would ever want to act upon those kind of things or those kind of thoughts, the vast majority of people. But you are curious about it. You have thought about it.
Women in the films are typically portrayed as independent, as sexual, as enjoying life, and the killer typically, not all the time, but most often, is a man who is sexually frustrated with these new, aggressive women. And so he's...
Yeah. You think the killer's not the good guy. Usually he's something to be overcome. It's like watching like Black Christmas and thinking the girls are like the damsels in distress. Trami says, just look at the true crime channels on YouTube. They get millions upon millions of views. Exactly. That's why true crime is such a popular genre. That's why it always has been, you know, going all the way back to like Unsolved Mysteries, the Robert Stack days back in the day. That's definitely probably where my fascination comes from. With like true crime. It's probably from stuff like that. Or even all those tabloid shows, Dateline, 2020. That's all they talked about.
He strikes back at them. He throws knives at them. He can't deal with them. He cuts them up. He kills them. Get back in your place. It's against the women's movement.
I think you're basically right, Gene. You know, after you've sat through hour after hour of this complete trash, you begin to ask yourself, what did these female victims do to deserve the horrible attacks they undergo in these films?
Nothing. That's kind of the point, dude. Longreach says, yeah, that ID channel stuff can be addictive. It really can be. It can be super. Like, actually, there was a popular channel. I mentioned this earlier. Jim Can't Swim, JCS, Criminal Psychology. He just got, basically, he's done with YouTube. Whoever that creator is, whoever makes those videos, he's done with YouTube. He's flagged too often. The standards, the terms of service are just getting more and more stringent, where you can't even examine in a clinical fashion and like explore in a documentary bad things on YouTube. I guarantee you Zoobox will go the way of the dodo at some point.
What was their crime? Why is it suddenly open season on young women in the movies? Well, one thing that most of the women victims do have in common is that they do act independently, and I agree with you on that point. To one degree or another, they're liberated women who choose to act on their own, and the moment that a woman starts making decisions for herself in these movies, you can almost bet she's going to end up paying with her life, and horribly.
They're the victims, dude. They're not the killer. It's like they're framing as if the killers are the heroes. The killers are interesting. They're probably obviously the draw, because they're the catalyst for the action, for what's going to happen. If they didn't exist, there wouldn't be a story. There wouldn't be a movie. But I don't think they're usually seen in the kindest of lights. Like he said, it's all these guys that are sexually frustrated, can't get a hard on or something like that. That's not a flattering portrayal. It is kind of an examination of toxic masculinity before that was a thing.
Here's an example from a movie, Silent Scream, with a college co-ed looking for off-campus housing.
Listen, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I've had a rough day and I really need a room.
So do I.
I'm not a violent person by nature, but if there's a room here, I'm ready to fight for it.
Why fight? We can always share it.
This aggressive woman gets a room all right, but she also gets beaten, gagged, tied up in a closet, and attacked with a knife. And in the movie Friday the 13th, an independent female camp counselor goes out on her own and hitchhikes a ride with the wrong driver.
They do know who the killer is in the original Friday the 13th, don't they?
Hey, wasn't that the road up for Camp Crystal Lake back there?
Now that scene demonstrates a very...
Hold on, look at his serious face. Look at his face. He's just like, no, come on. Gotta get better at pausing. Ah, he almost had it. Look at that face. Look how serious. He's like, it's like a school marm. This is bad. This is bad, guys. I wonder what they thought of Last House on the Left. Are they going to talk about that?
Now that scene demonstrates a very common and probably very significant technique that's used again and again in these films. We view a scene through the eyes of the killer. You never saw the driver in that last scene. Instead, you saw everything through the driver's eyes. Now, in the traditional horror
It's
movie...
not asking you to empathize with the driver, and it also cuts away several times to different perspectives. It's supposed to be eerie.
We often saw things from the victim's point of view, but that's no longer. Now we look through the killer's eyes. It's almost as if the audience is being asked to identify with the attackers in these movies, and that really bothers me.
That's a very good point. One other thing that bothers...
It's like, oh my God, these guys sound exactly like extremely woke progressive people in the modern era. They say the same type of shit, the same type of things for the things that they find displeasing. Trami says, I want to see a horror where the protagonist is in 100% in control and never in any peril. I don't know if they're going to talk about it. They probably won't because it's way after that. But, Lustig's Maniac. That's all POV. That's all the entire movie is in of the killer. The entire movie. And never do you ever think like, oh, I wish I was this guy. I want to be like this dude. He's actually a pretty sad piece of shit. Longreach says, laugh out loud. They were always like that too. The entire debate is old as time itself, says Tarami. You're right. There's always something new. There's always a way to like pivot to whatever is in the zeitgeist at the time. And then you kind of have establishment characters like these guys, kind of hacks that will have a problem with it, talk about it ad nauseum. And the only reason they're talking about it is because it was in the zeitgeist of the time. Like we watched that 2020 expose. Like it was just something that was in the news. People were talking about it.
Bothers me is that the behavior that these women are engaging in, if done by men, would be considered brave, bold, and fun. Going hitchhiking, going across the country like an easy...
Kevin Bacon gets a fucking machete put through him in Friday the 13th. Spoiler alert. Like men don't get off easy either. A lot of violence towards men in these movies as well. Brissinger says ad nauseum. Tarami says we'd call it clout chasing today. Yeah, kind of. Just kind of chasing down the moment, get those views, get those ratings, get middle-age intellectuals all up in arms.
Rider, very typical. A woman...
Where's my Blue Lagoon? Where's my Blue Lagoon? Where's a classy picture like Blue Lagoon where I could see a 15-year-old girl naked? Hagbard says, how many men survived in the original Chainsaw? Exactly, Hagbard. None of them. None of them. None of them.
Tries to do something like that in these films, whammo, they get sliced up. And again, I want to expand on this notion of what may be causing this. Whenever we see a movie trend, I think that what's really going on, I think I've talked about this, is sort of a coalesced dream that the people may be feeling and the filmmaker hits on. Remember those disaster pictures? We talked about it, everybody being afraid that something evil might happen to the world, a nuclear explosion or something like that. Then we get all these doomsday films. Here, I think...
So isn't that just as bad in a different direction? Like the fear porn, the Cold War era stuff? Everybody terrified that they were going to be nuked out of existence constantly, and that feeling being reinforced by every fucking movie you saw. How do you think children reacted to that? Was that a problem? Brissinger says, tell you what, these poor white men are nationally endangered species.
I think filmmakers are picking up on the notion that a lot of men are angry at women, don't know how to cope with women, and they're pandering, exciting inflaming men.
I think like their read on these movies is completely counter to the intention, and most people, even at the time, knew that. Like it was like these movies were usually viewed as kind of very progressive by the people that the older generation. I guess maybe what I don't know the hip 20-year-olds that watched them. That's how they felt about it. They thought they were like strong feminist pieces, like I brought up earlier. Black Christmas. That's like not that's not a it's a pro-abortion movie, for Christ's sakes. Longreach says, yeah. Trami says, like culture reflects the zeitgeist. Holy shit. This is why they pay you the big bucks. Yeah, exactly. That's why they got a TV show, Trami. What do you think, they just give anybody a TV show?
Bad. When you talk about the coalesced dreams, in other words, there are a lot of people out there who have urges or feelings or fears that they don't articulate themselves, and then a movie comes along, sometimes almost by accident, that strikes that chord. For example, when Airport came out in 1970, nobody knew that was going to be the first of countless, umpteen dozens of disaster movies, but it really spoke to people in a way that made other people imitate it. And I think in this case, the first movie of this whole series of women in danger films was obviously Halloween, which I think, we're going to get to Halloween in just a moment.
That was the first one, Roger. That was the first one. What about Psycho, dude? Psycho started this as well. You know what I'm saying? Goes a little farther back than that. I think you could probably take the idea of like women in danger films all the way back to the inception of film, of movies. Brissinger says, how about them glasses? They're nice. They complement the shape of his face.
I think it's a pretty good picture, but it captured an enormous audience. It did millions of dollars worth of business, and then the sleaze merchants who came along looked at that movie and tried to put their finger on what it was about it that was so successful, and they said, well...
Trami brings up a good point. Phantom of the Opera. Exactly. Phantom of the Opera. Perfect example. Women in peril. Women in peril, right? But yes.
Women being chased by a killer, that's it. Let's go out and hire us some more women and some more killers and make us some money.
That's why they call these things exploitation films, these rotten ones, because they exploit one element and make it sort of sick. Also, many of the attacks in these films are on women who are scantily clad. And I think that the intent here is to also exploit the sex angle in these pictures. The nudity is always gratuitous. It's just put in the film only to titillate the audience and maybe make one other point.
No shit. They're there to titillate. Are you serious? Prophet says there's a great woman in peril scene in Birth of a Nation. Travis says, yes, they're called watershed movies, Roger. Hagbard says, Perils of Pauline. Longreach says, really the only new thing was the amounts of blood and gore. Yeah, I mean, it just gets more extreme. More on its face. It's no more, they didn't have to do like just implication. But there was definitely rape and violence and all sorts of things towards women long before you actually saw it.
That women who dress this way or merely uncover their bodies are somehow asking for trouble and somehow deserve the trouble.
Just like Jane in the original Tarzan film. Swimming around in the water naked. Tarzan couldn't help himself. He just couldn't help himself. Brissinger says, I love me some titillation.
That's a very sick idea. Here, for example, is an innocent sunbather, and I spit on your grave. Watch what happens to her.
Nothing good, I can assure you. Yes, the hillbilly rednecks the hillbilly rapist, sadistic rednecks that all men identify with, and I spit on your grave. They're even hooting and hollering. Trami says, I mean, the War of Troy was basically who got to fuck Helen. It's not like anyone asked her. No, but she was probably very flattered. David says, if the New Yorker had a comment section, I think you just hit the nail on the head there. I think you hit the nail on the head.
And in Friday the 13th, we watch as a young woman primps provocatively in a bathroom mirror as she is stalked by a hatchet killer. This is yet another film connecting sex with violence. A film saying, act this way, young women, and you're asking for trouble.
Must be my imagination.
In the past year, I must have seen that scene 100, 150 times. Every movie of this kind has 8
Yeah,
or
because
10
it's trying to heighten every emotion, every primal emotion that you have, fear, being turned on. It's trying to heighten all those things so it can subvert them. You know, a lot of people thought that these movies were sexist for different reasons because they were there to suggest that if you were a dirty girl, that was bad. That was a bad thing. You were going to get it. You were going to get it.
10 scenes just like that. I am sick of them. I dread going to these kinds of movies. It really has become the most depressing part of my job as a film critic.
And there we are in total agreement as far as I'm concerned.
I can see Siskel and Ebert here just like with a rod, like Hagbert says, and I get a rod every time. But they're taking just reeds and just whipping themselves on the legs as they're watching these movies. Do not enjoy this. Do not find anything artistic in this. Do not understand it.
Concerned. You know, we go to see these movies, and in a way, I almost feel as if I don't belong in the theater because everybody else apparently went to these movies like this voluntarily. They're happy to be there. They're reacting.
And had a great time.
I feel like an undercover spy in the dark. I went to see I Spit on Your Grave, and I was sitting next to a fairly nicely dressed, middle-aged man, maybe in his 50s or 60s, who was talking back to the screen with lines like, boy, she's really asking for it now, or, you know, there's a rape scene coming up. This will be a good one, and so forth. This
I'd like to point out that that probably never happened.
guy is, to my way of thinking, a vicarious sex criminal. He has very antisocial
Holy
attitudes.
shit.
I felt creepy sitting there.
Not all of the guys.
I did have, I had one time, I had a creepy theater experience. I saw Satoshi Kon's Perfect Blue. They had a revival screening at my local theater, and I went to go see it. And I was definitely sitting next to a weird weeb kid who was uncomfortably shifting in his seat like he had a hard-on during some of the more extreme provocative scenes. So it does happen. They are out there. Trauma says, oh, you're being so subversive, Ebert. Good on you. Longreach says, that sounds like BS. And Trauma agrees. It totally is. Yeah, it doesn't sound like that's a real story. That's a little too perfect.
I went and saw the picture too, and I saw a lot of couples on dates. And that gets me worried about another thing. I know a lot of people are wondering, well, people are going to see this film and imitate the behavior. Some people may. I don't know. But the majority...
I don't know, but I'm just going to hold this as a firmly held belief. And, maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. Who can say? Who can say?
Of middle-class people are going to see these films. That's why they're such big hits. And I worry then about this idea, which is that when you view women constantly as sport, being stabbed, I think that's a sort of a sick notion that just sort of makes it's degrading. You view them as second class, that somehow this is acceptable behavior. You've said before that all movies tend to argue in favor of the behavior that they show. These are women as sport, to be stabbed. I think that's a bad idea. They outlawed bullfighting.
Like, are they just not paying attention to the movies they're watching? Very suspect. Trauma says, so I have this anecdotal evidence that perfectly supports my point, and it's totally true. I swear.
Because it was cruel. I almost have some of the same feeling toward these kinds of films.
These kinds of movies put some very bad ideas in society in the context of entertainment, yes. Gene and I had some long discussions before we just...
They put some very bad ideas in society. Oh, my God. It's like this whole argument where it's like, if you don't teach your boys, if you don't teach them when they're young men that rape is bad, then they'll be rapists. Believe you that. Trust, brother.
Decided to do this special program on women in danger in the movies. And frankly, we worried about whether additional publicity for these movies might simply help them out at the box office. We sure hope not. Our intention is to simply report on this trend and to warn unsuspecting...
What? You're not reporters. You're fucking film critics. Hang it up, boys.
People who might go to these films thinking they're merely good, old-fashioned horror films, the kind a lot of people used to enjoy.
He doesn't want what happened to the old woman that I saw The Green Knight with. She was upset. She was not having a good time. She yelled at her husband for taking her to that movie. They don't want that to happen. They don't want some nice middle-aged couple to be caught unawares by Friday the 13th. What if they just stumbled into the theater? What if they're like, oh, this looks nice? Longreach says, uh-oh, I never told my sons it's bad. Oh, buddy, you better watch out. Trauma says, but they have a moral obligation, Sean. We have to do this. Society itself hangs in the balance.
Because there is a difference between good and scary movies and movies that systematically demean half the human race. There is a difference between movies which are violent but entertaining and movies that are gruesome and despicable. There is a difference between a horror movie and a freak show. And a good example of that is the fact that both of us gave favorable reviews to a very scary 1978 horror film named Halloween. Now, there must be people...
So they got to like pick like Halloween from like a craft perspective is the classiest of all the slashers that came out during this time. It really is. It is like, I know it's a little bit of a museum piece at this point. Everybody's seen it a million times, but it's a fucking really well-made movie. It is. But what's the difference? I mean, there's tons of crazy shit in that you could say is like demeaning to women. The girl that's up there topless with her boyfriend, drinking beer. Like there's tons of just titillation, just shit like that. It's all over that movie. But it's done, I guess, artistically enough where they could stomach it. Longreach says, I'm actually remembering seeing this episode. Ebert says, where's the review of Killer Clowns from Outer Space? I'd like to see that.
Asking, how could we praise a movie like that and now say these other movies are so terrible? Well, here's a scene from Halloween. It's got the same basic situation as all the women in danger movies have. There's a woman alone in a big house. She's being chased by a killer. But let's look at it first and then talk about some of the differences.
I'm going to take a little walk.
She's taking care of kids like good women do.
What is the boogeyman? I'm scared.
There's nothing to be scared of.
Come
on, buddy. Now lock the door.
Don't get me banned, Roger Ebert. Showing a lot of Halloween right now.
Okay, that's Halloween.
That's the example they pulled. That's the example from Halloween they pulled. To be like, this is how you do it right.
Halloween, a horror movie we both think is pretty good.
Very good. Yeah.
One of the things a short scene can't show you is that Halloween is directed and acted with a great deal more artistry and craftsmanship than the sleaze bucket movies we've been talking about.
Well,
there's another much more...
They're not wrong there. They're not wrong there. Like there is definitely a more well-crafted film than many of the slasher films of the era, of many of its contemporaries. Trauma says the irony of the point they're pushing is that it's like to be better if a filmmaker just didn't put women in their movies because they might be subject to fictional abuse. I think that's a fair point. Big Paul says that sounds like the extent of my piano skills. Yeah, that and the Jaws theme. We're good. We're solid. We could be composers.
Important difference. As you watch Halloween, your basic sympathies are always enlisted on the side of the woman, not with the killer. The movie develops its women characters as independent, intelligent, spunky, and interesting people. Halloween does not hate women.
Yeah, when I saw that scene, I must admit I wasn't really worrying about the woman as much as I was placing myself in that closet and thinking about that killer, how I would handle it. And I was also...
Oh, Siskel comes out as trans. Very, very progressive. Longreach is better cinematography. It's all okay now.
Also appreciating the fact that I think Halloween not only doesn't...
It's like that's kind of what they're responding to. It's just the low rent quality of a lot of these movies. Just the kind of the ramshackle way in which they're made, the low budget nature of them, the trashiness of them, rather than like the content. Because, like I said, Halloween's got plenty of empty titillation.
Women, but it loves film and filmmaking. That music is just fabulous. The way he starts one theme, then lays another thing on top of it, keeping the other theme.
Also, another movie where you get to see through the killer's POV. If everybody remembers the beginning of the movie. You see through the mask. He's stabbing his sister right in the boobs.
Really good. Also, the light coming through the slats in that closet. This is a film that's sort of up. That scene is up, and you're jumpy, rather than getting depressed and feeling sorry and feeling sorry that you're even watching it. An upbeat thing.
You know, I think what you're touching...
An upbeat thing. Young girls being stalked through a sleepy suburb, getting murdered violently. Yeah, just super upbeat guy.
On here is that artistry can redeem any subject matter.
Sure.
That's why I've always been opposed to censorship. I don't believe any subject matter should be off base.
Right.
The question is, what does the artist do with it? How does he look at it? How does he put it through his art in order to make a statement about it, or to make it into either a commercial film or a serious film? I believe that in the case of a movie like Halloween, we can engage in that joy of filmmaking that you talk about.
Well, at least he said he didn't want to ban them. I'll give him that. He just wants they just want legislation to stop people from being able to rent them. But they don't want to ban them from being made. Props, Roger. Longreach says, all of Halloween is filmed from the level of Jamie Curtis's ass, pretty much. Travis says, my God, this is making me kind of angry. The dishonest perspective from these sad sacks. Yeah, it's just like they just come off like dudes with an axe to grind rather than having like really legitimate criticisms of the movie. And the way that they obscure what the movie's intentions are is definitely a little anger inducing.
About that's not the case with the other films that really address themselves to the lowest possible common denominator.
So we're not knocking scary pictures.
No.
Per se, just a certain kind. And just to make the point one final time, differentiate the films we're talking about from something good like Halloween. The films that we're dealing with here don't have the artistry of Halloween. These women in danger films all really boil down to just one same image, one disturbing image, a woman screaming in abject terror. That's really the degrading.
Hold on. Look at his face. Look at that face. Come on.
That's really the degrading essence of what's going on in these pictures, and in that one they even slow it down in slow motion. That's all that's about.
Just so men can enjoy it even more and masturbate to them. Travis says, cherry picking scenes much? Yeah.
Just that sick image of the woman cowering in a corner. As to what people can do about these films, this trend in the movies that we've been spotlighting, I think that people have to realize that the box office speaks louder than just two film critics. So if one of these films is around, if you have an idea that it might be around, stay away.
Right, and how do you know which films to stay away from? Usually...
if you even hear a music cue and you think these things might be happening, run as fast as you can. Take your wife, take your children, get in the van, and go. Hagber says he's just upset he doesn't have his sandpaper handy to jerk off with. Oh yeah, little pain, little pleasure. This guy loves it.
You can tell by the ads. R-rated, usually has a knife or a hatchet or an axe, a girl screaming, some guy in a hood.
Yes.
These movies are junk. Give them a pass.
Okay. So much for this week's journey into sick movies.
It's like if they don't like the movies, that's fine. Like you can have an opinion like, just not my taste. But to kind of disingenuously frame them all as something that they're not, that's where the hack shit comes in. That's where the bullshit comes in. Because you can not like them. That's fine. You don't have to like them. But to imply that they're somehow going to inspire people to denigrate women and to murder people seems like a little much.
Next week, the films have to get better. How can they be any worse?
Is he going to attack altered states?
William Hurt is a scientist experimenting with the essence of the human brain in altered states, a special effects...
A thing I find really, really gross. Travis says, I mean, if their point was that most of these movies are just trash, they'd be right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Extravaganza.
Like if you were just to dissect them on the craft level and the writing and stuff like that, sure, there's plenty. There, most of them are not good. In fact, I think that's why most people kind of like them. That's kind of the meta quality of movies like that. That's why we enjoy them, is because they're kind of shit. They're trash films.
The movie tells the story of a scientific experiment that goes haywire, but this isn't a science movie, it's a horror movie, and it'll really work you over. William Hurt stars as the scientist who locks himself inside a sensory deprivation tank. He floats on warm water in total
Joe
darkness
Rogan.
until his mind cuts loose from all reality and begins to drift into terrifying fantasies. And in this scene, his wife tries to warn him that he's risking his life by subjecting himself to cosmic forces he doesn't even begin to understand.
How even to put this into words, but I'm beginning to think that what happened to you last Friday night was not just a hallucinatory experience. I've got this gut feeling that something phenomenological did actually happen, that there was some kind of genetic transformation.
Yeah, he's going back to the first thought, all right. One night, his body suddenly starts to climb back down the evolutionary ladder, and he turns into an ape.
Oh, he's got the monkey inside of him. Longreach says, I'm just amazed I'm sitting here some 30 years later watching these assholes. Apologies. Hagler says, it was a movie that lost its editor in the tank. They're just as assholey as I remember. Yeah, they're just kind of, they're snobby, and these just seem a little bit out of touch. It's like Oscar season culture. Those are the only things they feel are like worthy. As if like cinema or this art form is not just giant and expansive, and it can hold a lot of different things, a lot of different kinds of movies and stories and etc. A lot of different styles.
Well, one night like that would be enough for most people, but not for this scientist. He takes
Oh, thank you so much. Are they just going to recap the whole fucking movie? Trauma says, I think there's also a large degree of establishment frustration in these arguments. Like these films were never vetted by real film professionals, and that they're so popular is aggravating to them. Exactly. They feel on the outs of the zeitgeist of the cultural moment. And they didn't get to say that they were good. And they don't understand why they're popular because they didn't give it, their blessing.
psychedelic mushrooms that seem to trigger ancient memories in the very cells of his body and enable him to recreate that first moment of explosive creation right
Yeah, this is basically Altered States is basically a Joe Rogan podcast at this point.
there in his laboratory. Well, now comes one of the movie's scarier scenes as his wife and colleagues monitor his regression.
What?
I've got nearly 11.
Why are we watching another scene?
Kind of a
I mean, I like Altered States just fine, but come on.
Encounters of the worst kind. I think it'd be a mistake to take the science in this movie very seriously. It's obviously
thank
only
God.
an excuse for the special effects, which are sensational and are frightening. The scientist in Altered States wants to see how far he can go, how near he can come to losing.
Aren't you worried that people are going to fall into existential dread after watching Altered States? Young men around the country just losing their minds as they devolve into ape-like creatures?
Sanity in his life, and he says it's all in the name of science, but to us, it looks like madness. Altered States is scary and fun, one of the best horror films in a long time, and I think if you criticize it for not making much sense, you're just missing the point.
Well, I didn't care for the film, Roger, and I even didn't care for it on the level that a lot of people are appreciating it, which is just merely the special effects. A lot of people have compared this film to 2001, the famous Star Ride sequence in there. I thought that sequence in 2001 made a lot of sense because it fit into the story. Here, I think that this film is so unsure of itself in terms of story that what happens is that the special effects, as you sort of point out, stand out.
Yeah, it's a very abstract movie. You got it. Hold on. Longreach says, "Oh, too bad they won't be able to hoard up all the available consumer dollars anymore." Trauma says, "What if Altered States influences young men to become mad scientists?" Oh, my eyes moving. Captain America was not historically accurate representation of World War II. Roger Ebert.
Separate. And on that level, they just didn't do that much for me. That could have been an action scene, other than the distortions of the face, in most any other kind of movie. And just with the exception of one terrific special effect at the very end, I wasn't all that impressed.
I think you're being very unfair to this picture. I will defend it, first of all, on the basis of the fact that special effects and the escapism are very entertaining to the audience. But secondly, I liked it because of its story, much more so than I did Scanners, which I felt didn't have a story. I think that what pulls us through this story is this guy's ego involvement. He's crazy. He says he's a little mad at one point.
Yeah.
He can't, once he gets hooked on these mushrooms and going into this tank, he can't stop. He's obsessed. He wants to go all the way back and be Adam. And his problem is his wife isn't too crazy about being Eve.
Well, just like you said on Scanners, where you thought the characters were sort of cold and you couldn't get involved with them, that's sort of the effect that this film had on me. I really didn't care about this guy. I didn't care about his trip. And so all I saw was a lot of flashes of light.
And now Gene's going to start with a gory new thriller called Scanners.
Now, viewers of this program should know by now.
Okay. So I'll probably agree with a lot of their criticisms of Scanners, but I really like Scanners.
That I have a very low tolerance for gory movies.
Because unlike them, I can separate the two things. You know what I'm saying?
But I must admit that I enjoyed Scanners, even though it contains a scene where a human head explodes. I was intrigued by the plausibility of the story. That's why I like it. It's about a special breed of people called scanners who are able to focus their brain waves on other people to make them do whatever the scanners want. For example, there's Stephen Lack, who possesses the same supernatural ability, and he causes havoc when he scans the brain
Oh,
of
he
an
says havoc too. Oh, shit.
old woman in a shopping center restaurant.
That's the thing I don't like about this era of the television reviews is they spend most of the time just fucking recapping the movie. Travis says it's the best fucking scene in the movie, Siskel.
I think he's looking at us. I think we're being picked up.
Oh, it's too awful.
Can you believe it?
I don't know how they can let creatures like that in here. Really.
Oh, is this the women in peril? Is this Women in Peril? Oh, and also, if anybody's interested, Mr. Prophet and myself, we did a Zoobox Goes to the Movies about Scanners a little over a year ago. It was before I started editing movie clips into them and stuff, so it's just a pure raw conversation. But we give it a very thorough walkthrough, very thorough conversation.
You get the idea. You don't want to compete with that guy in a staring contest. That young man is really a pawn in a power game being played by two scientists, one good, one evil. The bad scientist wants to use a whole bunch of scanners to take over the world. Patrick McGowan is the good
Travis says, yeah, these hacks watching videos on camera oh, moment of self-realization. I'm not recapping the plots of movies in my movie reviews. At least not for more than 30 seconds.
Scientist.
How dare you?
Tries to help Stephen Lack control his scanning power. In this scene, McGowan takes him to a yoga master to teach him how to control his brainwaves.
I want you to slowly release your scan, slowly, with focus.
Now I just kind of want to watch Scanners.
Corny? Well, a little, but I got involved in it. I was never bored by Scanners, and I think I know why. This movie turns out to be a very complicated little thriller that actually convinces us that scanners could exist. In other words, it's not just a cheap shocker where all we notice are the special effects. Instead, in Scanners, we buy the premise and we follow the story. I think it's a good little thriller.
It's a good little thriller. I never bought the premise, and I never really bought the story either. I don't think there are really scanners, and so I don't think it's plausible. I know that
I don't think there are really scanners, and I don't think it's plausible. Well, congratulations, Roger Ebert. Holy shit. It could be streamed on DLive, I suspect. Yeah, no, it could. That would be a fun night. Maybe we'll do that in the future. Let me write it down. I would definitely do a Scanners night one of these nights because, I actually was thinking about doing a marathon on DLive of all of the Scanners movies because there's 5 of them. I don't know if you're aware of that, Scanners has 2 sequels that are Scanners, Scanners 2, Scanners 3, and then there's like a offshoot couple of movies called Scanner Cop 1 and 2. I think they're on I know Scanner Cop 1 and 2 are on YouTube. You can watch them on YouTube.
The movie was directed by somebody that horror film fans think is a real young genius, David Cronenberg, who also directed They Came From Within and The Brood. I think we've seen both of those films. I don't know. I admired his craft in this film. I thought he did a good job of directing it, but I never got involved.
Yeah, Cronenberg's great, even back then. The Brood is also excellent. Trauma says, I've only seen the one. Scanner Cop sounds amazing. Are they good? That's an interesting question. They're kind of like they come off as like made for cable movies, made for cable TV movies. That's kind of what they were. But they're if you like Scanners, if you like the movie Scanners, and you're just curious about what they would do with that world and the concepts and like the kind of what's going on with like the science and the corporations and how that kind of goes out into the world, I would say it's definitely at least worth checking out, at least worth giving a go. They're fun for what they are. I would not say that they're good though.
In the people, I never thought of it as their story. So I was just watching actors going through this business, and then you get they're thinking real hard at each other, and heads are exploding. And I'm thinking, oddly enough, I can admire the technique, but I don't care.
Well, I got involved in the story, as I mentioned, and I got involved for 3 reasons. One, I do believe, or like to believe, and I enjoy believing that scanners exist. I like the idea that people could burrow into each other's brains. 2, I like the idea that it would be used, and I think it is plausible, that intelligence communities would experiment and use scanners to attack other people.
That I believe.
And 3, I love one of the big payoffs.
Also, Siskel either had some work done or he got stung by a bee.
Scenes at the end where this guy does battle with a computer. I love the idea that a human being's brain can be more powerful than a computer. I think it is, and I love the idea that that's the battle in the movie. So I got involved.
Well, it is also neat the way Cronenberg takes just ordinary props, like when the guy attacks the computer, he does it over the telephone, and all you really see is a telephone, but in your mind, all of these amazing things are happening. So a lot of craft in it anyway. But
no mention of Michael Ironside? You better mention Michael Ironside. Come on now.
I still vote
good Canadian boy.
Vote yes. Okay.
Coming up next at the movies,
no,
a thriller about hideous monsters in the basement of a vacation cottage. Our next film, The Evil Dead, is what is known in the trade as a ghoulie, or a splatter film, meaning it's full of blood and guts. The guts of people and the guts of animals. There is much slicing and dicing of human body parts in this story of the awakening of dead spirits at a vacation cottage in the mountains, where 5 young people are spending what turns out to be one
I feel like they're going to like this movie, or they're going to give it a pass.
Horrible night. Sorry about all the blood. There is probably 60 minutes in this little 85-minute movie, 60 minutes that we couldn't show on TV. It's just too gross. The Evil Dead has some eye-popping special effects, but it has many more nauseating special effects. And, you know, I sort of don't like a movie that makes me wonder whether or not I'm going to barf at it. The story becomes repetitive after a while. The kids turn into monsters and are hacked apart into submission one after another, and that's about it. So it may be campy to say you like this kind of picture, but I certainly did not.
I didn't enjoy it either, but I think I would have to give credit to the craftsmanship of the film. It was obviously inspired.
See, there it is. Well, you know, because there's a difference, like Tarami kind of brought up earlier. It's like a lot of these movies are trash. You kind of have to understand that. You kind of have to come to them on their own terms. Although, you know, that's easy to say in hindsight. I suppose if you were a contemporary and you were watching this stuff as it was coming out, like, would you have a visceral reaction? Because it was new. It was definitely new. It definitely kicked it up a notch. A lot of these movies. Hagbert says, God, I wish he lived to see Saw. He would have been alive to see at least a few Saw movies. I don't know if you ever reviewed them.
Inspired by Night of the Living Dead, and it's a very pure film, and that apart from all of these other dead teenager and knifing, slashing movies that we've had over the past several years, this one distills everything right down to the very basic thing. Put the kids in the cabin, throw things at them for an hour and a half, and that's the movie.
Yeah.
So that it doesn't waste any time on characterization, needless dialogue, or any meaning whatsoever.
Yeah, I just wish that they didn't have as much guts in it. I mean, I think that maybe some of those other things that you throw away and then maybe, you know, someone's rebelling against, I think might help a picture like this, rather than just, you know, if you want to see twice.
Long Reach coming in here. I couldn't even watch Saw. I only saw a bit of it. Excellent dad joke.
Ground beef, go to a butcher shop. I don't know if I want to see that in a movie theater.
I got you. Okay. Right, this is another film now that is very much of an unpleasant discovery. It's an unpleasantly, absolutely reprehensible little sleaze pit of a movie.
Here we go. Here we go. Now here's the juice.
Named Friday the 13th Part 2. And of course, this is a sequel to last summer's movie,
the best
Friday
one.
the 13th. And it's a continuation of the senseless, gruesome, violent murders we saw in that.
Trami says to Hagrid, that said, Saw is well made and acted, and it does what it does about as well as it could be expected to. Ebert on Saw. Yeah, I actually looked it up. He gave it 2 stars. Gave Saw 2 stars. Compared it to Open Water, which is interesting.
That first film. When we did our special edition of sneak previews on movie violence directed against women a few months ago, Friday the 13th was one of the movies we attacked. Well, Friday the 13th Part 2 isn't just against women, it's against everybody. The movie's distributor, Paramount...
Well, thank God. Isn't that perfect? Is that what you want? Equity in your horror movies?
Pictures isn't providing scenes for television reviews, nor would they let us make an excerpt from the film to show you. Maybe they're not very proud of this movie, and maybe they shouldn't be very proud of this movie, but they sure are advertising it heavily. And that's the strategy behind films like this.
Oh my God, they're advertising it heavily. It's almost as if they want people to go buy a ticket.
Saturate television with a violent ad campaign, hope to make their money quickly before word gets around on how scummy the movie really is. Here's the way this film is being sold on television.
The body count continues. The day you count on for terror is not over. Friday the 13th, Part 2.
Well, that condenses the high points, or maybe I should say the low points of this sequel. It exists only to show killing and mutilation. In the movie, young camp counselors return to the woods where the summer camp massacre occurred in the original Friday the 13th. And they hear stories about a kid who drowned in the lake, or did he? Nope. The kid is turned into a monster who lurks in the woods and carves up unsuspecting young camp counselors. The teenagers try to hide, but this monster just keeps coming.
Oh my God, look how incredulously he describes the plot of the movie. Longreach says, whoa, he's outraged. Trami says, the moral soapboxing is just astounding. It really is. It's a little much. It's a little much.
He's almost a supernatural force. The characters in the movie are never developed. They're just interchangeable victims. And the killer is not developed either. He functions only as a murder machine. The teenagers fight back with pitchforks, but what difference does it make? How can there be dramatic tension when we know this monster can't be killed? Friday the 13th Part 2 is a disheartening and depressing movie because it contains an absolutely...
It's like the best one. It's like the best one. Longreach says he probably sold even more tickets for them. And Trami agrees 100%. Oh, yeah, of course. Totally. Totally. Because even if you were like, you say you were an old fuddy-duddy, it would probably make you curious. Like, what made Roger Ebert lose his fucking mind?
Negative view of human nature. It's just a series of teenagers who come on screen, say a few words, and then they're hacked to pieces. Among the movie's low points is a kid in a wheelchair who has his head hacked open by a machete, and a young couple who are both impaled by the same spear. This isn't a movie, it's a cinematic geek show. It seems to be made by and for people with no cheerfulness, no hope, no trust in human nature.
I think that's well said, and I can only add...
Travis says, what kind of fucking child is he that movies can't depict despair? Well, you can't do it in a way that is intended for you to have fun with it. It has to be just very dour and depressing. It's going to be like a Tarkovsky movie, you know? It's going to be like Stalker.
When the machete went into the head of the kid in the wheelchair, that's about when I gave up on the picture. Depressing is the key word in this discussion, because I think some people say, oh, they're just picking on that same old thing again. And what I'm saying is no. I'm only picking on films, horror films, that are depressing. Not exhilarating, depressing. It's the same movie shot after shot, and it's depressing.
Okay, well, they're not wrong there. There is a formula to these things, and when they figured it out, they stuck to it for a good 20 years. Longreach says, hey, Stalker was a great movie. It is a great movie. One of my favorite movies. Actually, there's even an episode of Zoobox Goes to the Movies where I discussed with my brother Dan Stalker. I got to get him to watch it for the first time ever. We had a really great conversation about it.
I walked into the theater, I sat there, I thought, gee, the first one made so much money, maybe for part two they decided to spend a little money, spend a little talent, have a little imagination. The movie is so cynical. It's simply a series of mutilations and murders. This movie is made by people who hate movie audiences.
Well, the other thing that I can think of is I had the same expectations. I said, well, let's see, maybe they'll go another way. Maybe they won't have anybody killed. Wouldn't that be clever? Wouldn't that be challenging, fresh? No. Bang, bang, bang.
Okay? Faithful Omen watchers have been waiting since 1976 for the final conflict, which is also known as the Omen Part 3. And this at last is...
Oh, they're gonna take Omen Part 3 to task. Longreach says, oh, cool, I'll watch that. Yeah, that'd be awesome, man. Check it out. It's a lot. If you like movies, there's a lot of movie content on the channel. A lot of movie content. And I would say from the review of Total Recall forward, I've done a lot of work to like edit them and put like the relevant clips into the movies and all sorts of stuff. So if you like movies, there's plenty of stuff to check out on this channel.
Is the last movie of the Omen trilogy, a series of thrillers about a man named Damien Thorne who was the son of the devil. In the original Omen, which was a fairly good movie, Damien was substituted in the cradle for the son of the American ambassador to England. And now in Part 3, Damien has grown up and he himself has been appointed as American ambassador to England. It's all part of his master plan to rule the world in the name of hell. Here he is in England on a fox hunt. He's been lured into a trap by two priests who are determined to kill him.
Well, Mr. Ambassador, you've got the fastest horse in the hunt, and it's a lovely morning for you.
Longreach says, nice, thanks. And then Tarami asks, Sean, out of curiosity, how many dislikes do these streams get? Most of the time, not too many. Mostly, unless I'm talking about antinatalism. If I talk about antinatalism, I get it's probably like 30% downvotes. Easy. If they find it. They usually don't watch it. They just downvote it. Yeah. So that's usually what gets me the downvotes. But normally, not too bad. I mean, it's a small channel, so that could just be people not finding it. For all I know, if say this was exposed to thousands of people, maybe I would get a lot more downvotes. I don't know. I'm only so charming,
Take him.
God, I haven't watched that movie in so
like
long.
Nice dogs. Altogether, there are 7 priests who are trying to murder Damien Thorne, and each priest carries one of the 7 sacred magical daggers necessary to kill the devil incarnate. These movies all have their own rules, and in this scene, which is one of the movie's most...
All these movies have their own rules. they have a world of verisimilitude. It's fucking wild stuff, Siskel. Let me tell you. Hagbert says, Final Conflict had a happy ending, so why are they bummed out? I don't know. Maybe they'll tell us. I don't think they're gonna have quite the vitriol they had for Friday the 13th Part 2.
Exciting ones. A priest tries to assassinate Damien while he appears on British television.
A brilliant career for one so young, Mr. Ambassador.
Well, not really. Not when you remember that Alexander the Great was commanding the Macedonian army.
Can you even imagine how stoked Sam Neill was when he got this part? Can you even imagine? A Kiwi in a big-time Omen movie? Come on now. Trump says, so this movie condones murdering children, isn't it, Roger?
16.
Did you think, whose side were you on in the Omen? Did you think Gregory Peck was right? Do you think he was right?
Above all, safe. No wonder.
No bullshit. When I was growing up, the Omen movies were like some of my favorite all-time movies. I think it's because I grew up Catholic. So something like this was just like, and I grew up like very fundamentalist Catholic. So like the idea of like the Antichrist and the end of the world was a very big topic in school. I went to Catholic school. So these movies definitely scratch that itch for me. Like I said, like you like to vicariously experience the darker side of humanity relative to whatever your life is. And for me as a kid, it was watching stories about the Antichrist. Hagbert said it was Mr. Bugenhagen.
What a way to go. Let's face it, folks, what we're really waiting for in the final conflict is the final conflict itself. That's the payoff. This movie...
Oh my God. What a fucking rocket scientist. I mean, it's in the title. It's in the title, guys.
promises us Armageddon, the ultimate showdown between the forces of good and evil. Now, I don't know what I was expecting. Maybe special effects like out of Star Wars with Damien standing on a cloud or something and hurling lightning bolts at heaven. But instead, the movie starts out strong and then it winds down into a boring, low-key anticlimax. Jesus meets the devil, but we leave asking ourselves, in the immortal words of Peggy Lee, is that all there is?
Exactly. It's a real letdown at the end of the film. I think the film is lousy for all the reasons you mentioned, and let me name a couple more. I never bought the whole premise of the series. I don't think I'm watching The Devil's Child. I'm not filled with terror. And how about...
Like they're constantly saying that they just cannot suspend their disbelief. That's just constantly what they're saying. I didn't buy it. I didn't buy that kid was really the devil's son. Just didn't buy it, guys. Movie stinks. 2 thumbs down. Oi, oi, says CC. Oi, oi, back to you, my friend.
Criticizing it for just being gross. In the first film, we got somebody's head sliced off by a plate glass window. In this film, we see a guy have a shotgun put to his face, and you see the scalp blown against a wall. Now, that's just junk. Vulgar.
No, it's fucking rad. That's what it is, Siskel. It's fucking rad. You should lighten up.
Junk, and I think the film is full of it.
You know, another thing that bothered me, at the end of this film, after 6 hours glorifying evil and making Damien Thorne into a hero, we finally get the guest appearance of Jesus Christ standing there like a stained glass window, and we get all this religious kind of music and all the sacred sentiment and so forth.
Yeah.
And I think it's almost sacrilegious to bring that in at the end and consider that to be a conclusion to a series that is basically just a series of exploitation films.
I think you're exactly right. Our next film...
So they're taking it up because they're like, this is really sacrilegious. It doesn't make us feel comfortable. I don't know. Something tells me that these guys aren't, churchgoers.
Halloween 2 is the sequel to the well-known and well-made 1978 horror film that made millions out of telling very well, the story of a maniac who terrified a bunch of attractive female babysitters. The killer in that picture escaped at the end of the film after being shot at very close range, and he's back now in Halloween 2.
How could this have happened?
Babysitter Jamie Lee Curtis.
I just didn't buy it. I didn't buy that you could get shot at close range, fall off a balcony, and survive. This movie is trash.
As the movie opens, Jamie Lee Curtis has been taken to the hospital to recover from the wound she suffered in the first picture, but the maniac invades the hospital, so she escapes to the parking lot. As psychiatrist Donald Pleasance goes into the hospital to try and corner the madman. Boy, have we seen that scene before in so many movies since Halloween came out. The big secret in this film is, why does the killer have such a fixation on Jamie Lee Curtis? Well,
I can't even imagine like being a filmmaker and having to listen to these dudes talk about your fucking movie in such just disappoint, like just such passiveness. It's just like, well, we've seen that before, haven't we, fellas? Looks like there's somebody walking down a street. Is that a tracking shot? Not original. Doesn't get me going. How about you, Ebert? No, doesn't get me going either. Let me eat this pretzel.
Find out eventually, but the answer isn't all that surprising or interesting or shocking. I was totally disappointed by this sequel for all the standard reasons that most of us are dissatisfied with sequels. Number one reason, there's a different director this time. He's not as talented as the stylish director John Carpenter, who created the first Halloween film. Second reason, the film offers nothing new just repetitive shots of the killer and his disgusting chalky face popping into view, usually in the background, saying nothing, and slowly, steadily stalking his victims, waving a thick knife. This worked once, not this time. I wasn't scared in Halloween 2. I was just grossed out.
You know, it's ironic that the original Halloween inspired so many countless dozens of imitations.
Right.
And for 2 years, we got nothing but movies in which their only ambition was to litter the screen with dead teenagers.
Right.
Now we get Halloween 2, and it's a pale imitation of the imitations. It's not worthy of the original.
If he had the vocabulary of Coomer, that's what he would have said. Drami says, I couldn't believe that dolly shot. I just couldn't imagine it. I mean, how many times are we going to use dolly shots in movies? I mean, really?
Film. The nice thing about the first film was you had a hierarchy of morality. You had the good girl, Jamie Lee Curtis, who was kind of resourceful and intelligent, and she tried to get away and tried to solve the situation. The bad girls got killed. In this film, it's totally nihilistic. Everybody gets killed. There's no pattern to it.
Oh, it is definitely. I mean, they're not wrong. This criticism is not incorrect about Halloween 2. But if you're a genre fan, Halloween 2 can be fun. Cece says, too long didn't read. This wasn't perverted enough for me. No, see, you come in late. They do not like the perversion at all. Any type of titillation, they basically say is a form of misogyny. Gaming Dragon says, they didn't know Friday the 13th would be one of the most critically praised horror movies. No, they didn't. And it's okay to not like it. Like I said, it's okay to have the opinion that these are just not for you. But their commentary on them is very pedantic. It's very like passive aggressive, and it seems like they just have an axe to grind because they just don't like them. And they're disingenuous, and they disingenuously frame the movies and what the movie's intentions are and what they're actually about. It's kind of crazy. CC says, on behalf of all female psychos, I'm offended.
And Jamie Lee Curtis is not, she's lost her intelligence, she's lost her resourcefulness, she's just reduced to being a pitiful person crawling around helplessly.
I also think that we've seen these tricks before. I mean, that's really what happens. The guy was scary once. Well, you see him another time, he's not so scary. Some films don't need sequels. I know there's a tremendous commercial impulse to do it.
He's not wrong. Halloween probably did not need to be a franchise. On the real. Didn't need to be a franchise. Although, the older I've gotten, I've actually come to really enjoy the Halloween franchise, the Halloween series, because of how fucking weird and stupid they get. But I'm, I don't know, I'm kind of a weird guy like that. I like things that are that are bad sometimes. Trami says it's not that they don't like the movies, it's that they actively try to cast all the fans in a bad light. Excellent point. Yes, they project their own like kind of neuroses about the movies onto the people that watch the movies. And they make a lot of inferences about the types of people and what the movies will lead people to do. That is wildly unfair. It's just uncharitable because, they're middle-aged guys in like the early 80s. They're snobs. They're movie critics. They work for a newspaper. They don't get it. That's why somebody like Joe Bob Briggs was such an important figure at this time. Even though he was just writing for like kind of small Texas newspapers and stuff like that, like there was a voice out there. There was a voice out there that was kind of a champion of the drive-in film, of the exploitation movie, of the trash films, and kind of looking at them on their own terms. When you look at a piece of art, you got to kind of take it on its own terms. You got to understand or try to understand what are they trying to communicate, and whether or not they successfully communicate those ideas. That's how I judge movies. That's why you can watch any movie of any genre and get enjoyment of it. You know what I'm saying? Gaming Dragon says they were just used to horror movies being clean. That's all. Well, yeah, the evolution of the horror movie. They didn't really accept that they got more aggressive, that they got more explicit in what they showed. They weren't into that. They would like to go back to Psycho, which, Psycho is pretty provocative. The subtext of Psycho is very provocative, especially for like 1960. I mean, come on.
But some are so good and so fresh, don't make a sequel to it unless the guy is going to do it again. It's a disappointment, and I think that people, if they see the first one, are going to realize just how bad this picture is.
But part 2 is doing okay at the box office. What do you think the chances are of part 3?
I pray that I don't have to suffer
Better
through that.
not to think about it.
Hagbert says Halloween 3, masterpiece. You know, I enjoy Halloween 3 for what it is. I don't like it as much as some people do. I know that there's been like kind of a critical reappraisal of Halloween 3 in the past decade. While I'm not totally on board with that. I do enjoy Halloween 3. I do. I wish it wasn't called Halloween, honestly.
Okay.
I know why it's called Halloween, because that was the intention of Carpenter for it to be an anthology series if it were to continue. But I wish it was called something else. This Gaming Dragon says, I like 3 and 4. Hey, dude, so do I. Those movies are so stupid that they turn the corner into being very entertaining and fun. I totally agree with you.
Now, it's tough to pick the worst sequel of the year. There were so many. But Amityville 2, The Possession.
That is a bad movie.
It's a
bad movie.
Further adventures of that haunted house. Actually, Amityville 2 is a prequel, a movie that takes place in time before the beginning of the original movie, focusing on how the house came to be haunted in the first place. We get to see a young man turn a shotgun on his parents and a little brother. Spare you that scene. But how about this piece of nauseating material? The scene early in the picture when the local priest comes around to bless the house.
My bedroom, Father.
Prophet says Halloween is slow and retarded. Not enough tits. How dare you? How dare you? You're not a cineast. You ain't no cinephile, buddy.
Now, I picked that throwing up scene not to gross anybody out, but to make a point of how offensive this movie really is. Someone connected with this film decided that that scene needed the throwing up, that it wasn't horrible enough without the barfing, and that person or persons was dead wrong. The mood was already
That
set.
person is a sadist. What say you, Ebert?
You didn't need the extra shot. The music told you what was going on, but my suspicion is that scene was included because they knew they didn't have a good script here in this picture, and they needed to spice it up with some shocking scenes, and it's for that extra bit
No
of
way.
material.
You don't say.
Picture. That's the reason that Amityville 2, The Possession, makes my list as one of the worst films of the year.
And you know, one of the films I'm looking forward to seeing least in 1983 is a movie that's going to be called Amityville 3D, in which they're probably going to throw up on the audience.
It'll probably be called
The Amityville 3D, and they're gonna throw up all over me. I don't know, Gene. I don't know if I can handle it. Long Reach 7, a good laugh. Brissinger says Between Worlds is a great film. You know, I don't think I've ever seen that. Long Reach says, how dare they put in throwing up? Gaming Dragon says Exorcist 3 out of 10, too much vomit. Yeah, I wonder what they thought of The Exorcist. Oh, they liked it though. It's Friedkin. It's very well made. The craftsmanship, guys. The craftsmanship.
Amityville 3, The Sublease or something.
When I was a kid down in downstate Illinois, we used to go to the carnival in the summertime, and they had a tent called the Geek Show.
Exactly.
Where they had a guy who came around and he would bite the heads off of live chickens, and you paid 50 cents to see that, right? And the only one.
He's like, and that's really where I used to get off on that. I used to get off on the geek. I'm not ashamed to admit it, okay? That's when entertainment was entertainment, but this vomiting and sinks too much.
I wanted to see it once. Well, I think I learned my lesson in the Geek Show, and I don't have to see movies like Amityville 2.
Oh my God. I don't know, Roger. Do you think there's a difference between real life and a fucking movie? Do you think there's a difference between like some fucking sad hobo alcoholic that they convinced at a freak show to bite the heads off of chickens? Do you think there's a difference between that and Amityville 2? For Christ's sakes.
They are made by people with absolutely no shame.
They are only interested in getting some kind
How
of...
the fuck could you draw a parallel between geeks in a freak show and a fucking movie? Out of your mind, Roger. Out of your mind.
Eyes out of the audience and, you know, just throwing something special at them so we get the shotgun stuff on the little kids. At that point, I really wanted to leave. I wanted to ask the people who were in the theater, why didn't more of them get up and split? I can't understand it.
Let's move on. I've got to be honest about why I went to see our next movie. It's Swamp Thing.
Hagbert says Halloween 3 is absurdity in its purest form. I don't disagree with that at all. How was it? No, it's not Tom Holland. Oh, the main actor. The main actor that he's paraded around as like this like this studly Chad. It's amazing. It's amazing. Travis says Ebert is having I had an experience, so you shouldn't have to moment. Exactly. Gaming Dragon says, but the real question is, what do they think of Rocky Horror? Oh, they loved it. They loved it. They loved it. They were able to masturbate in the theater and then throw a spoon.
And the reason I went to see it in the first place was I was looking for a dog of the week. I cannot tell a lie. And frankly, Swamp Thing looked like an ideal candidate. It was playing as the bottom half of a double bill with Penitentiary 2, which is one of the worst movies of this year or any year, and I guess I was making Swamp Thing guilty by association. But Swamp Thing surprised me and sort of delighted me. It's a gloriously ridiculous throwback to the nuclear doom mega monster movies of the 1950s. This movie has everything. Mad scientists, deadly secret formulas, torture.
Yeah, but what did you think of Return of the Swamp Thing? That's what I'd like to know. Trami says, to Gaming Dragon, 2.5 stars.
Evil villains who want to rule the world. In the movie, the heroic scientist, the hero, gets covered with his own secret formula. He catches on fire, jumps into the swamp, becomes covered with a thick layer of rotting vegetation, making it a little hard for his friends to recognize him. Then later in the film, the evil archenemy also takes the magic potion. He thinks it'll make him handsome and brilliant, but the problem is this potion only makes you more like you already are, and so it turns him into an even worse monster. And in this classic scene, Swamp Thing battles the monster to protect his girlfriend, played by Adrienne Barbeau.
Where's the footage of Alan Moore weeping? You know, this is a fun movie. This is Wes Craven, isn't it?
That is one of the great all-time monster fights in the movies. The fact that the swamp is so muddy, I think, really adds a whole additional element. But I just love the scene where he's looking down at the young girl. It's right out of The Bride of Frankenstein, 1934, and it's a fantastic, and then his hand starts glowing green. I loved it.
A tender vine.
A tender vine. The relationship between Swamp Thing and Adrienne Barbeau is one of the best things in this movie. At one point, he tells her, there is great beauty in the swamp. You know where to look. Another point, he gets his arm hacked off.
And he points at his dick, which is a blossoming flower.
He says, does it hurt? He says, only when I laugh. The movie was directed by Wes Craven, whose Last House on the Left was a horrifying but very effective exercise in violence. And in Swamp Thing...
How the fuck can you like all this shit they've talked about, like I Spit on Your Grave and all these other things, but Last House on the Left, well, that was just a piece of just the integrity of Last House on the Left, which, you know, I like Last House on the Left, but it shares plenty of company with some of the movies that they've dogged. Especially, like, I would say the most direct one would be I Spit on Your Grave. I mean, Last House on the Left is a fucking brutal watch. That's a tough movie to watch.
He doesn't have nearly as much violence and bloodshed. Instead, he creates a comic book world in which scientists transform themselves into vegetables, villains become monstrous spinach souffles, and everybody fights for the secret formula because they don't realize there are some things man was not meant to know.
Well, I think it's a wonderful film, too. And I don't think this is a case of what we're doing, which we both criticize other critics for doing, which is it's so bad it's good. This is good of its kind.
Yes.
I like...
Oh, look, they're judging it on its own merits, on the intention of the filmmaker. What a wild concept, guys. Wild shit.
Monster. I like this sort of clad uniform that he is wearing. I like the relationship between the two characters. The first time...
Okay, Trami says in his follow-up to the 2.5 stars for Rocky Horror Picture Show, although this is from the website and I have a suspicion they've cleaned up and rectified Ebert's old reviews. They could have. Gaming Dragon says Adrienne and her 2 Barbeaus. Wasn't she married? She was married to John Carpenter, wasn't she? I'm pretty sure she was. Weren't they married when he did Escape from New York?
that well, it's about the second time that he saves her, and she comes close to him, and then she says, get away, get away. And it's, again, the sad monster, the rejected lover. This stuff works very, very well.
And finally, she realizes this is her former boyfriend. And how does she find out? She says, are you? And he says, yes, it's me. And then she realizes this is the guy she loves. And she starts to kiss him, and then she kind of misses and hits him on the cheek because, after all, I mean, he does look a little bit like the green slime. The whole movie is fun like that.
I think it's a very good picture of its kind.
Our first movie is one of the most mean-spirited and ugly thrillers I've seen in a long time. It's called Extra, and it's a monster movie, and it's not a very good monster movie, but that's okay because most monster movies aren't very good. A lot of them, though, do somehow manage to be entertaining in a dumb, goofy, stupid sort of way just by giving us such ridiculous monsters. Extra doesn't even try. Here's a scene where a spaceship lands.
What a great way to introduce a clip. Like, let me dress it down. Now here's a scene where a spaceship lands.
Did you ever stop to ask yourself how a civilization develops enough intelligence?
Are we watching fucking Red Letter Media? Trami says, Extra is cool, man. You know, I don't think I've ever actually watched Extra. I've only seen clips, and I think I actually might have seen Red Letter Media talk about it. I don't think I've ever actually watched it, though.
Come all the way to Earth from another star, and then they don't have enough sense to not stand in the middle of the road when a car is coming along. The movie never bothers to explain much of anything about these monsters. They land, they take over a little boy's father. Little boy has nightmares. He has a pet snake named Harry. His daddy comes back and eats Harry's eggs, and so forth and so on, in a depressing and completely cheerless exercise that leads to an utterly hopeless conclusion. You'd either go to a monster movie because it was good or maybe because it was entertaining trash, but Extra doesn't even qualify as acceptable trash.
Absolutely. I'm sitting here trying to figure out now which was the most disgusting scene.
So now they acknowledge this concept of acceptable trash. That some movies are bad, but you can still appreciate them. Where was this earlier? Where was this in the bulk of their criticism for the slasher picks?
In this picture, the one where the father eats the snake eggs.
Yeah, with the
no, I don't think so.
Rolling down
I don't think that was the worst. I'd have to say where you see the birth of a man out of a woman's womb, a full-grown man. That's really a nice scene. Really. I always get a kick out of these actors. You know, they've all studied. They all think they're in show business. I would like to be born on screen with all this garbage all over.
I don't think I'd enjoy it very much. The disgusting thing about this film, though,
I don't think I would enjoy it very much. Yeah, I wouldn't have wanted to be that actor. Therefore, Trami says, yes, but only when they deem it acceptable trash. No, I know, but they're able to have perspective. They're able to separate themselves out of the equation. You know, they can be like, well, you know, it's not good, but I can see where there's value in it. Trami says, trash anyone else might enjoy needs to be not made.
Is that it doesn't even have the courage to admit what it is, which is entertaining matinee trash, and let's have a little fun. Instead, the conclusion is so nihilistic, in which the movie basically says, that's it, everybody's going to die, there's no hope, fade to black, let's have the credits. It's as if they're so pretentious that they're trying to make some kind of a philosophical statement out of this garbage. It was offensive.
Garbage is the operative word. The subject today is going to be sequels. The subject today is going to be sequels. See, wasn't it less interesting the second time? And that's the story with sequels. Sequels, if there ever were a tough part of the job of being a film critic, and I don't think there are any tough parts of this job, seeing Hollywood sequels would have to be, I think, the roughest. We go in with such high expectations, critics and regular people too, typically because they're remaking a good film. But then all we see are the crass business decisions that lead to an inferior product. And so we walk out of the theater, critics and regular people, feeling ripped off, suckered again. 1983 had a great number of sequels, and for our annual Worst Movie Show of the Year, we're going to focus on 6 of the worst. And Roger begins with one of his least favorites, Jaws 3D.
Well, our first thinker was about a man-eating shark, and this one eats up audiences and spits them out. Jaws 3D was the third movie to star a great white shark and the second one to make the shark boring. In Steven Spielberg's very first Jaws, a good movie made 10 years ago, the shark seemed real, and so did its victims. We cared about it.
A good movie made 10 years ago. I mean, shit, even 10 years removed, I feel like people got to pay respect to Jaws. Come on now. Jaws 3D. Jaws 3D. The start of the Quaid Empire. Trami says, I've never watched Ebert really, but I've still heard him use the word nihilistic so many times. This has got to his go-to criticism, it seems. Yeah, when he doesn't like something. It seems like that's kind of what he expects it to have to be some come around in the story. You can't just have a dour story, right? Like that seems like a lot of their perspective is like, well, it's just too dour, and I don't like dour things, so that means it's bad.
We were worried about what was going to happen.
I mean, in fairness, extra is extra. Like it is what it is. But to have that be the thing, the takeaway where they're like, well, that was when it was just too much, was that it has a dour ending.
To them. But look at this ridiculous scene in which a phony shark chases some water skiers who are amazingly slow to catch on. Gee, that's amazing. That shark tail looks amazingly like an artificial shark tail that's being pulled through the water at a constant rate of speed that's very unrealistic. And I think
Jaws 3D was just too unrealistic. Those shark movements, they don't pass muster.
I think that's exactly what it was, too. Jaws 3D was, of course, in 3D, and so were a lot of movies this year. In fact, 1983 saw a rebirth of the 3D fever, which was big in the 1950s, and then mercifully disappeared for 20 years before resurfacing in a series of murky, unfocused, boring, technically hapless movies that had the audience desperately struggling to see what was on the screen. I paid $5. What is it that you're trying to show me? The only consolation was, with movies like Jaws 3D, if you couldn't see the screen, at least you weren't missing anything.
That's absolutely true. You do put on those glasses, and you do feel like a kid again, and you really do have fabulous expectations when it is a sequel, when it is 3D. We got a couple of them on the show, and boy, this one really let me down. The big moment when the shark is going to crash through this little sequarium, the 3D didn't work well. It never came off the screen. It just hit that thing, and then they cut to another scene. Too bad. Now I've got another 3D sequel for you.
James Cameron was like, hold my beer. A few years later, Avatar was birthed.
Amityville 3D. What a show. This really tries our patience, asking us to believe that yet another sucker would actually buy the same disaster-plagued house. This time, Tony Roberts plays the sucker. He thinks that all the deaths in the house have been either fakes or coincidences, right? Especially when the salesman who sells them in the first scene, he drops too. Here he visits the cellar and sees his wife. Don't worry about the 3D. As with Jaws 3D, the 3D is so bad here that you'll enjoy this film slightly more.
I cannot vouch for Amityville 3D. I don't think I've ever actually watched it. The only Amityville movies I think I've ever seen are the first one, the remake, and the documentary My Amityville Horror, about the kid that allegedly experienced things in the house that the movie and the story was based on.
In good old 2D. Now that music, that real tranquil music before she jumps out, that was
This Gaming Dragon says, did Siskel say Shark Tale? He did. They did say, oh no, that was Ebert. Ebert said Shark Tale. He said he didn't buy it. He didn't buy it.
Totally inappropriate, so you know as you sit there in the audience that something wild is going to happen in counterpoint. As for these whole Amityville movies, now the house's attic windows are genuinely scary, sort of like creepy eyes, and that what do you call it, the chimney with the bricks for the nose, that's sort of interesting. But that's it in the Amityville movies, especially Amityville 3D, because inside the house, nothing is going on, nothing that is the least bit frightening. It's all so predictable, you feel a little dirty watching it, watching these ridiculous characters.
I feel bad. I've actually gone to bat a little bit for Roger Ebert in the past, because Roger Ebert was a guy, at least at some point in his life, if you're my age, I'm only really was aware of Roger Ebert's work, like, probably post like 1995. He championed a lot of smaller movies, a lot of provocative movies, a lot of movies that I feel like younger Roger might have had a problem with. And now I just feel bad. Now I feel bad. I guess I just was not aware of how kind of pedantic these dudes were. I just had no idea. No idea. I've never really spent that much time watching their reviews. So for me tonight, like this is the first time I've really like sat and listened to them. And I am not a fan. I am not a fan.
Characters being set up, they're introduced, boom, knocked off. It's a miserable film.
You know you're in trouble when they made 3 movies and all you can think of to praise are the windows on the house.
Or the chimney, yeah.
I was looking at an ad in the paper the other day for video cassettes, you know, for Christmas gifts, and they were advertising the Jaws trilogy.
Yes, I saw that too.
Special discount price. I'm sure they'll have the Amityville trilogy too. This is really an insult because what you have in each case is one movie that had some reason for being. Now, in the case of Jaws, it was a great film. In the case of the original Amityville film, we could have probably gotten through life without it, but nevertheless,
interesting premise.
It had an interesting premise. Then you have 2 complete ripoffs that are totally exploitative, and to link them with the original film is the same thing in that ad as it is in the movie theaters, which is to say they're trying to ride in on the coattails of what was somebody's at one time, a long time down the road, genuine inspiration.
Oh yeah, sure. Travis says I used to read Ebert's written reviews a lot in the early 2000s. I enjoyed those. Yeah, that's when I read most of that stuff because I just saw him as a guy who took movies on their own terms. Because often he would be kinder to movies that got kind of dogged by other critics and give them a chance and try to see them for what they were. And so it's a little weird going back and like in his history here in the 80s and seeing that he was not like that at all. Like, I understand on one side of his mouth, he's like, I don't believe in censorship and I think people should make what they want. And on the other side of their mouths, they're just like, well, it wouldn't be the worst thing if there was some sort of legislation that stopped people from renting these things.
I really feel strongly about this. Sequels probably give more bad experiences in movie theaters than just about anything that the movie industry produces.
Sure, because if you go into a movie you know nothing about, you say, well, what's this going to be about? Maybe I'll like it. Then you like it. If you do like it, it's a real surprise. It's terrific. But if you go into a movie that, is a sequel of a film, you're probably there because you love the first film in the first place. So you're really going to be disappointed by the sequel.
Yeah.
Next is the movie Psycho 2. It's 22 years later, and Anthony Perkins...
Well, I'm curious about this. Psycho 2. Psycho 2 is a surprisingly decent movie that has no right to be, but it is surprisingly all right.
...is back at the Bates Motel again as the most famous mad slasher in movie history.
Something wrong, Norman?
Okay, now this next
Wow,
movie
spoiler
we have is
alert.
one that no true movie buff or lover believes could ever really be made. The name of the movie is Psycho 2, and this movie has the...
Trami asks, I wonder if it's a competitive thing between the two, trying to outrage one another. That's probably fair to a certain extent. I know that they did have behind the scenes a little bit of a contentious relationship over the years. So maybe that's what it was. I mean, they technically worked for competing newspapers.
The presumption to believe that Sir Alfred Hitchcock didn't finish his story with the original Psycho back in 1960. Well, I walked into this movie with a certain amount of resistance just to the idea of any movie called Psycho 2 because I admire the original Psycho so much. But the opening half hour of the movie is sort of creepy because it reminds us so convincingly of Norman Bates, played by Anthony Perkins, and of the violent events at the Bates Motel. Look at this scene from early in the film. Anthony Perkins hardly seems to have changed at all since 1960.
Norman!
That scene is a direct reference back to the original Psycho. Later in this movie, Bates offers shelter to a young girl who triggers his old phobias.
This is yours.
No, go ahead. You have it. I'll make myself another.
Do you have a knife?
No, I'm afraid I don't. I just moved back here after being many years away, and I forgot to bring any cutlery.
Even Norman can't even handle bringing up a knife. Gaming Dragon says, yes, there's a rumor Adrian cheated on John with one of his frequent actors. Or, yeah, I think so. I think I remember hearing about that. Yeah.
Aren't you going to eat?
No, I just suddenly lost my appetite, but you go ahead. Enjoy it.
Now, there's one question you have to ask yourself. Will an audience that isn't familiar with it...
I would love if he just turned to the camera and said, "Do you feel horny, baby?"
Original Psycho get the same kind of charge out of that knife scene that we do.
Yes, I think I like the sound effect of the knife scraping on the plate. That was
it
nice.
means a little more if you know what Norman Bates has been up to
A little
before,
more.
earlier in his life.
A little more.
There's one thing Norman Bates should have learned during his 2 decades of psychiatric treatment is that he never ever should have gone back inside that house again, but he does. And then another series of murders breaks out, and Norman thinks he's going crazy, which is a little ironic. Psycho 2 isn't a bad movie, but it's not really a worthy sequel to Psycho either. I suggest that the best way to enjoy this movie would be to try to put the original Psycho just totally out of your mind. But the problem is the very first opening scene of Psycho makes that impossible, because what they do is repeat Hitchcock's shower scene, and by letting Sir Alfred have the first word, they let him have the last word too.
Yeah, this is a tricky film. I think audiences would generally enjoy it, but I'm going to make my comments on grading, if you will, reviewing this specific movie. And it does nothing extra than the original film did. What I like about sequels that are good, like Godfather 2 or Rocky 2 or even Superman 2, is that they take the characters into new places. This is basically a retread with sort of a wink at the audience, and it's played as much for laughs as it is for horror.
It's meta. The original meta sequel. Take that, Matrix Resurrections.
I just don't think it was anything special. We don't need this movie.
I think, well,
Or
first of all,
Gremlins
that's
too,
right.
I
And then secondly,
suppose.
do you think it would have been more interesting to have Norman Bates go out into real society, move to San Francisco or Denver or something?
Yeah.
Try to get involved in things.
I think the ghost of the original obviously hangs over this production, and it's too bad, because it's a nicely made picture.
Nicely made, but you're quite right, it's unnecessary.
We copy. Okay, ends with another thriller called Christine.
All right. We're almost at the end of this video. I think that will probably be the end of the stream. But I'm very curious what they have to say about Christine. Christine, if you don't know, is John Carpenter directed film. It is a wildly underrated movie in his oeuvre, in his filmography. If you've never seen Christine, I implore you to go check out Christine. It's a great flick. It's a great flick.
Gene, last year when we did our analysis of the teenage sex movies.
Yeah, I was seated right next to you.
That's right. I remember you right across the aisle. Now, here's a movie. It's named Christine that adds a whole new category to the horny teenager movie. That was that new genre that we invented here on the show. There have been a lot of movies over the years where a teenage boy parks in a car with a girl that he loves, but this has got to be the first movie in history where the...
Trami says, we've watched an hour of Siskel and Ebert. That was unexpected. It was unexpected. I did not think that we would be doing this tonight. I really didn't. And so Nightcap goes. We feast or we famine. And I feel like somewhere in between probably tonight, we had like half a sandwich.
The kid parks with a girl in the car he loves. The car is named Christine. It's a 1958 Plymouth Fury, and here's a scene of love at first sight. He repairs and customizes his car, and it turns out to have a mind of its own, chasing down his enemy.
Hey, you ain't mad, are you?
And the car has a mind of its own. This is kind of the ultimate chase picture. Only cars, no drivers. They finally perfected it. Remake Cannonball Run. Christine turns into a horror story when the car gets jealous of that kid's girlfriend. And I guess that sort of makes Christine sound like a ridiculous movie. And to tell you the truth, it is a completely ridiculous movie. But that doesn't mean I didn't have a good time watching it. It was strange, but ridiculous as it was, in some dumb way, the bottom line was I enjoyed it, especially the scene where Christine has a duel to the death with a giant bulldozer. That scene, I think, is really going to get the teenagers going in the movie theater.
I think it's honestly awesome. Like the ending of Christine is a great showdown.
The reason why it works, and it worked for me too, is I think we wish this were true. It's a great fantasy that we wish were true, happening, of course, to someone else, but you wish it were true. And the other thing that I think is interesting about the movie, everyone's going to be talking about this car and how it can straighten out its own bumpers, and the special effects here are kind of good, and cars get you awful goofy, and I think you enjoy the movie at that level. What's good is this young actor, Keith Gordon. He plays this nerdy guy at the beginning with the glasses, sort of like...
He is. He's excellent. He's excellent in the movie. The whole movie is just top to bottom. It's just a great movie, and it's a weird thing for Carpenter because it was kind of like almost a work for hire movie after he came off of, was it The Thing, or was it Big Trouble in Little China? He came off of like a big failure, and he basically did a work for hire movie, and that was Christine, and he really delivered on it. It's awesome. This Gaming Dragon says, or asked rather, thoughts on Cujo. I really like Cujo. I'm a big fan of Cujo. It's the first Blu-ray I ever bought was Cujo.
Terry the Toad in American Graffiti, and then he has the transformation, but not just to a good guy. He sort of enjoys the power that this car gives him, and he becomes sort of mean and rotten, and that I like to see.
He sort of made a deal with the devil, like the devil and Daniel Webster.
Yeah.
He has said to the car, okay, you give me a great car, make me look cool behind the wheel, and I'll do whatever you tell me to do. He kind of talks into the car's radio there. You know what I identify with in this film?
It's actually one of the great like villain turns. That kid, like they're describing here, it's really awesome. It's a really great performance, and a movie that you wouldn't imagine you would see something like that, and that's what makes it so effective.
Was the feeling of absolute obsession that you have when you get your first car. I was 16 and a half years old. I got a crummy old beat-up 1954 Ford, and I was out there for at least 6 months. I couldn't think of anything else. People, you know, high school, things like that, totally irrelevant. I'm polishing those little pieces of rust and painting the wheel, you know, covering red and so forth. And it was a fantastically absorbing experience for me. And that's what I felt as I was watching the film, that people do feel this way about cars.
Americans love their cars, just absolutely love them. As one who drives a 74 Pontiac convertible, I think I'm an adolescent still with cars. Coming up next at the movies, a controversial short film starring Michael Jackson. The film is a 14-minute short subject that is causing a big commotion in Hollywood right now. It's Thriller, an expanded music video based on the traditional werewolf movies and the best-selling song called...
That was a controversial movie, the John Landis Thriller? Oh, okay. It might have been. I know that they showed it in movie theaters.
Thriller, recorded by Michael Jackson, who has certainly grown up from the old Jackson 5. In this little film, which has just been playing in Los Angeles to qualify for the Academy Award Short Subject category, Michael Jackson is with his girlfriend when he joins a group of Walking Dead. It's sort of a cross between West Side Story...
Thank you for skipping the footage. I appreciate that, whoever edited this together.
And the day after, it looks like the bomb went off there, all those corpses walking around. This little film only is 14 minutes long and reportedly cost $750,000 to make, and so a lot of poor independent filmmakers who are also trying to get into this Academy Award Short Subject category, they're crying foul. They say that this little but expensive movie is going to kill their chances of winning an Oscar, but I suspect that the Academy is going to change its rules for next year at least, so that issue should disappear. As for the quality of Thriller, well, I didn't think it was all that hot as a movie. It was made by John Landis, the director of American Werewolf in London, and all that he did here was take a few werewolf and zombie movie effects and have Michael decked.
Exactly, Traumy. Jackson Estate copyright lawyers at work. Yes, because that would have, I guarantee you, we heard 10 seconds of that, the stream just goes down.
Jackson dance around them. So I vote thumbs down. And what's more, I predict this isn't going to win an Academy Award.
It's not a good short film. It's a fucking music video. I mean, it's not a bad music video by any stretch of the imagination, but I don't know if I would call it a short film.
Just not that special of a film.
It's not. It's basically recycled. The music is recycled out of a hit song. The visuals are recycled out of American Werewolf.
It's a fucking music video, dude. Like, what are you talking about? It's recycled out of a hit song. People like this song, and then they use it in the music video for the song.
Where the hand turns into a claw, another one where the face turns into a werewolf's face, and we've seen it before. We've seen the exact same shots before, and as for the music,
oh my God,
it gets a little long. I think if you're in a disco and you're dancing to this, then it's okay. But to listen to it for 14 minutes, it may be a short film, but it was too long for me as far as I was concerned.
The only thing I can say is that this whole response to these high-energy music videos is telling Hollywood filmmakers that this generation wants its own musical films, and the musicals have been ignored. Flashdance, of course.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, there it is. Oh, there's a part 2, but we can't do it tonight. We can't. It is just too goddamn late. It is 1:18 in the morning where I am, and I have a regular life. I have things to do tomorrow. Trauma says, not enough dying children in it for an Academy Award. Not for them. Not for their taste. Well, hey, thank you guys so much for hanging out. We went on a weird trajectory there. I didn't think we were going to end up watching Siskel and Ebert reviews for the bulk of the stream, but, you know, as is Nightcap tradition, we go where we go. So thank you, Tarami, Gaming Dragon, Hagbird, Long Reach, Big Paul, Prophet, Brissinger, CC. thanks for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. And we'll see you guys next time. I'll be on Monday night. I'll be over on D Live, and we'll get back to the weird stuff. We'll get back to the gross shit. Have a great time. It's going to be good. All right. Until then, good night.
Twisted Steels, leather donut. Twisted Steels, leather donut. Twisted Steels, leather donut. Twisted Steels, leather donut. Latex 69 is in the house, like to run in high. Latex 69 is in the house. Latex 69 is in the house, like to run in high. Latex 69 is in the house. Twisted Steels, leather donut. Twisted Steels, leather donut. Twisted Steels, leather donut. Twisted Steels, leather donut.